say checkmate. Come together for a chess day. Hands up, let the whole world celebrate. It's a festival of chess. Everybody say checkmate. Come together for a chess day.
Hello everyone, we sure hope you got the popcorn ready. Buckle up because it's another intense day of action coming up live from the Royal Opera House. This is day 4 of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and yesterday was super dramatic. The mighty have fallen, and to take you through all the actions, twists and turns, joining me in the studio is the 8-time US champion Grandmaster Irina Krush, and of course, as always, International Master Sagar Shah. Let that sink in. 8 times US champion. Irina, how's your experience been so far?
Well, it's been amazing, and yesterday was an incredible storyline for the tournament because the leaders, after 2 days, there were 2 leaders, and after 3 days, there are now 4 leaders in the Global Chess League. So that makes the situation so much more tense and competitive.
Each and every team now has suffered a loss. They've all tumbled, showing perhaps, Sagar, there's a chink in everyone's armor.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no one who's safe at the Global Chess League. And the big question today is, will the teams at the bottom try to come up, or will they get knocked out as early as round 4? You know, not knocked out, but can't make it to the finals.
Well, there's one that's down there at the Mariana Trench. We'll get into more of that in just a bit. Let's bring up all the action that took on yesterday. And this was the storyline. It started with the epic, iconic showdown between Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters against PBG Alaskan Knights. It was all eyes on the icon board, and Vishy said, no Guru Dakshina for you today, Gukesh. A 12-3 victory. An incredibly dominating performance in that one. That was followed up.
That matchup between the Triveni Continental Kings and the Fire's American Gambits was they both each won 2 games in that match. So what really made the difference was the unique scoring system that we have here at the Global Chess League, where Black's wins are weighed a little bit more, and that is why the American Gambits won by 2 points in that match.
And what a blockbuster day it was. You know, you're talking about the Triveni Continental Kings going down, but there was one king who went down in that first match of the day. It was Gukesh, who lost on that icon board. But top to bottom there, we see the performance that the Ganges Grandmasters had. It wasn't only Vishy showing up for the team, but also Javakir Sindarov, the youngest ever World Cup winner, a huge win against Dominguez. Polina getting the job done on her board. Sagar absolutely winless. The PBG Alaskan Knights so far, not only no match victories for them, but not a single player has scored a win on any of their boards.
I mean, when you get the team that has Gukesh, Arjun, Dominguez, Lagno, you would definitely think that, okay, it's possible they might lose games, but there'll be surely wins on individual boards. But there you see, Vishy Anand showed some incredible chess yesterday to beat Gukesh, and what was a very highly anticipated encounter went in the favor of the legend.
It was the clash of the day, and Vishy Anand never gave Gukesh a chance to come back, got an opening advantage and finished off in clinical fashion. But the nightmare did not stop there for the PBG Alaskan Knights, and it was Vishy Anand who was the player of the match. And I have to ask you at this point, you know, Ganges Grandmasters 2 match victories now. They're doing pretty well on the scoreline. But let's just talk about the story of the PBG Alaskan Knights here, because it's pretty much a make or break day 4 for them. They can't afford to spiral down any further.
Yeah, and they're taking on the upgrade Mumbai Masters, who are definitely not an easy team. They are in top shape. They could have won all 3 of their matches, just stumbled at the end yesterday. And I think the PPG Alaskan Knights, if they win today, it could be the start of their upward trend.
And it was the same story for the Triveni Continental Kings as well. You know, it looked like they were on a hot streak, but stopped short by the Fire's American Gambits. And look at that storyline that we had. Alireza Firouzja winning on that icon board, takes down Hikaru Nakamura. But again, this is the point I want to touch on, you know, Irina, where your head was at. It's all about the scoring system and those ever-critical black victories.
Yeah, we see that Richard Rapport got 4 points with the black pieces against Vidit in one of the most beautiful games that have been played here at the Global Chess League. It was such a vintage Rapport's game that will surely make it into his best games collection.
And I think this is where your head's at right now. You said it, one of the best games. I think we all agree with that. One of the best games of the tournament, maybe of the year that I've seen so far. You know, the end that we saw, there were some trades and then a fantastic, classic, vintage Richard Rappo attack on Vidit's king. And the final move, where in fact, Richard Rappo in one move gave away 14 chess points to Vidit, allowed a promotion of the queen, gave up a rook, but to an undefendable mate for Vidit. Finished the game in style, Richard Rappo did, and the player of the match.
Yeah, and his victory was completely deserved, but they got a little bit lucky on the Prodigy board when Volodar Murzin saved a losing position and actually turned it into a win. So the Triveni Continental Kings could have scored their third match victory. They were very close.
Could have, should have, would have. That's the story of the Global Chess League. That's sports. The job isn't over till it is. And what an incredible fighting performance it was by Hikaru Nakamura's Fire's American Gambit. It was an action-packed day, and we'll be breaking all of that down and telling you all about that's coming up in just a few. Don't go anywhere. And here at the Royal Opera House in Mumbai, it's a celebration of a game like no other as we bring you live scenes, right, moments before the action starts. Lots of games going on down there. There are simultaneous by the greatest players, strong grandmasters being given. There are tournaments, and truly chess does break barriers. You see the young, you see the old, you see the boys, you see the girls. It's a full chess party here.
Yeah, I was just downstairs before coming for the commentary, and it's so wonderful. It's a vibe. It's like a festival there. You know, you can be there, you can play chess, you can watch the commentary. There are books that are available. You know, you could talk to each other. It's just perfect. You know, you can plan an evening, come here, go back with a wonderful day spent.
And maybe even face a grandmaster.
Yes.
Well, it's perfect fun down there, and one team that did have a perfect run until yesterday were the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, but that was until they played against the Alpine SG Pipers, who were hungry, who were starving for their first match victory, and this was when it happened against the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and there we see one iconic win right there by Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, but once again, not enough to get the job done, and this has been a storyline arena that we've been talking about, that here at the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, every board matters.
Yeah, well, this was a very dramatic match that started out looking really good for the SG Alpine Pipers, with Pragg having a big advantage against Shak Mamidyarov, and at some point it wasn't even clear where the Upgrad Mumbai Masters would get their wins. But then suddenly, MVL was able to convert his advantage against Fabiano Caruana, and Shak Mamidyarov saved a really bad position against Pragg, and it looked like the the Upgrad Mumbai Masters were actually going to take this match, but at the very final seconds, Leon-Luc Mendonça found a beautiful way to checkmate Bardia Daneshwar's king.
And what a finish this was, and this would have also gone Prague's way, but a miracle. And what a clash that is on the icon board. It's between the two titans of the chess world, the 5 times US champion apiece here. Both Hikaru and Fabi have done that. Then we've got Gukesh looking for that first team victory up against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. And honestly, to my eyes, that looks like a very difficult matchup. You're playing a team that's so much in form, that's in shape, and you're still struggling to get up the board. We end the day with another iconic clash. On the icon board, it will be Vishy Anand's Ganges Grandmasters taking on Triveni Continental Kings. Which matchup are you personally most excited about, Irina? And I think I have an idea what you're going to say.
Okay. You thought I'm going to say Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. Well, I was actually going to say Ali Reza Firouzja versus Vishy Anand.
Well, that does surprise me. We've got more surprises in store for you right now. You stay tuned with us. We'll be right back. fasten your seatbelts. It's Speed Demon Hikaru Nakamura taking on the calculating machine Fabiano Caruana as Fire's American Gambit go head-to-head with the Alpine SG Pipers, and we head over straight to Arohi for the match toss.
Both teams come in with a winning momentum, and it is now time for the coin toss. The Fire's American Gambits, we have GM Srinath and Praveen Tipse for Alpine SG Pipers. Joining us today for the coin toss, Mr. Rishi Kohli, CIO Geo Black Rock, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director, and Mr. Ashok, the chief arbiter. May we please have the coin toss? Mr. Praveen Tipse will be taking the call. Heads is the call.
Heads. Heads. White. SG Alpine Pipers wins the toss, decided to play white. Thank you.
That's all right. Picked white. Why?
Yes, I think we had a good day with white pieces yesterday, so I thought let's try with the same color today.
Do we already have lucky colors now?
Well, I think in chess, all colors are lucky because you usually get white and black alternately. But I think, yes, we have to see if you're already prepared with white, I think it adds to adds some advantage. But of course, their team has been playing extremely well and a very dangerous team, I would say. It's a very tough match I'm looking forward to.
All right, all the best to your team today.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy with black?
Yeah, happy with black.
So assuming you'd won, you would have picked black as well. Is it because of that one extra point that you get if you win with black?
Partly, yes. Partly about what happens today, and partly also we are going to be facing these teams towards the end of the tournament, and those are going to be clutch matches. So we also had this in mind on what are the colors we want in the last couple of rounds, and we also took that into account.
So you all had an amazing game yesterday. That does pump up the team for doing better in the coming games, doesn't it?
Definitely. I mean, winning one game doesn't change a lot, but it does give you the confidence that you are on the right track.
Well, the momentum is your way. All the best for today's.
Thank you.
That is it from the coin toss. The news from the center is that the Alpine SG Pipers have won the toss, opted white.
It's a clash between two teams who took down the early leaders of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3 just yesterday. A momentum versus momentum clash in this one. And Praveen Tipse there for the Alpine SG Pipers winning the toss and choosing the white pieces. And we've been talking about the scoreline, right? You win with black, you get 4 points. Does that decision surprise you at all?
No, I'm not surprised that they chose the black pieces. They chose the white pieces. Is that right? The white pieces. Okay, the white pieces. So in their previous match, they were black, and so they're going for the alternating color strategy, which we've seen a lot of team captains choose in this league. So yeah, it makes sense to me.
You put it like that, and then also there will be reversal of colors in the second half of the tournament. We'll see if he's able to prove that color pick of white. But now, you said a strategy in the color toss, but let's talk about the strategy board to board. And I want to start from our prodigy board here. It's a clash between two players who had a fantastic day yesterday. The young Volodar Murzin, a winner of the World Rapid Championship, taking on Mendonça, who was incredible with his last move, checkmate. How do we look at this clash, Sagar? I'll start with you.
I think it's between the two youngsters who helped their team win their matches yesterday. So I think it'll be very close. I would give a very small edge to Volodar Murzin being the World Rapid Champion, but he has the black pieces. So maybe quite even there.
All right, an evenly matched board, that one. We've seen the prodigy board often decide the outcome of the whole match, and as well as the superstar women board can be the game changer in this. We've got Nino Batsiashvili taking on Inyak Teodora and Hu Yifan against Bibisara Asubayeva. I'll come to you on this one. Where do you see which team has the edge on the superstar women board?
Well, honestly, between Teodora Inyat and Nino Batsiashvili, I think this match is a toss-up. They're pretty closely rated to each other and also in quite good form in this league. And in terms of Bibisara and Ho Yifan, Ho Yifan won their mini match in the 2024 Global Chess League, but Bibisara is known for her rapid skills, so I would say this is also a toss-up.
And now here we have the superstar men, Richard Rapport against Pragnananda. and Vladislav Artemiev versus Anish Giri. These are tough matches for the Fires, for the SG Alpine Pipers, because I know that Rapport has been a tough opponent for Pragnananda. And Irina, you were mentioning that Anish has had a tough time against Artemiev.
And this is the clash of the titans that we've got on that icon board. Hikaru Nakamura taking on Fabiano Caruana. That's a fight between world number 2 and world number 3. Such a toss-up of a match. Hikaru, a speed demon. He's incredibly quick. He's incredibly fast. He's fearless, resourceful defenses. Where do you see Fabiano Caruana? How do you see him in this matchup? They've played endless amounts of games between each other. They know each other so incredibly well. Is this a 50-50?
Well, I think based on their recent history, Tanya, I got to give the edge to Nakamura. He beat Caruana in their mini match in the 2024 candidates, and he also defeated him twice this year in the American Cup, in the Champions Bracket Final, and then in the Grand Final of the American Cup. So that's pretty convincing.
It's hard to argue that. Hikaru Nakamura with quite a bit of a margin there in his head-to-head in recent clashes against Fabiano Caruana. He's looking pretty confident on the screen. Doesn't look too concerned about going up against, well, a player who's been his teammate, a rival for so many years. Incredible countless matches. And there we have the world number 3, Fabiano Caruana for the Alpine SG Pipers. They have to be feeling good after yesterday's win. And it's perhaps exactly what you needed when you're going up against a team like Fire's American Gambits.
Absolutely, and there you see them entering in. Richard Rapport, always very relaxed. Bibisara, Theodora Inyak, and we have Volodar Murzin with their coach Srinath, who is very, very good at what he does. He was the coach of the Indian team that won the gold.
Did a great job there. Can he do a great job today as well? What a big matchup this is between these two teams. Will the Fire's American Gambits be able to fire up all their cylinders? Because that's what you need when you're taking on the Alpine SG Pipers, who had a fantastic day yesterday, bringing down the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And this is the day they can really make a case for their run for the top 2 spots.
Well, I think in this match, the board that I'm really looking forward to seeing is Richard Rapport versus Pragnananda. Because, by the way, one of the best games of the entire year, 2025, was between Richard Rapport and Pragnananda in the Ooze Chess Championship.
It's going to be big clashes all across. Watch out for that board here. Irina calling out the Richard versus Pragnananda. Final question. Who takes it? Fire's American Gambits, or will it be the Alpine SG Pipers? Sagar, you go first.
I have a...
Time pressure. Ooh.
And I'm going for the Alpine SG Pipers as the small favorites here.
You gotta wave it.
Yeah, well,
wave it.
Fortunately, I got the flag here for the American Gambits, and that was going to be my choice anyway. Yes.
Wow.
Well, we know this is going to be a closely contested battle. We've laid the board, we set up the board for you. The players, you saw them, they're in the building, and it is going to be time very soon to call them into the arena. It's time to get the moves in.
It's never over till it's over, and no other team knows it better than the next one. Please give it up for Alpine SG Pipers!
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide.
Let's welcome the players. Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Ragnananda, 4 times Women's World Chess Champion, Hui Fa, Nino Batsiashvili, and Leon Mendonça, along with their coach, Mr. Praveen Tipse. Now, bold openings, bigger ambitions, small sacrifices, accomplished missions. Let's welcome team number 2, Fire's American Gambit!
Come together for a chess day. Feel the pulse as the moments escalate. It's a festival of chess. It's a festival of chess.
Please give it up for the players. Hikaru Nakamura, Vladislav Artemiev, Richard Rapport, 2 times Women's World Blitz Champion, Bibisara Azubayeva, Theodora Inyats, the reigning World Rapid Champion, Volodar Murzin, and their coach, GM Srinath. Thank you so much and all the best to both the teams. You can now take your boards. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Mr. Muthu Murugatpan, CEO, EID Parry India, along with Mr. Amit Khandelwal, Principal Solution Engineer, BMC Helix. Joining them is Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director.
And guys, we are now live with this big encounter between the Fire's American Gambits and the Alpine SG Pipers. With 2 knights coming out, joining me is Grandmaster Irina Krush. Hello, Irina.
Hi, Sagar. I am so excited for this matchup. And what is at stake is that if the Alpine SG Pipers, led by Fabiano Caruana, wins this match, they will actually catch up to the Fire's American Gambits in the standings.
Wow, that's amazing. And the first game to begin is Ho Yifan versus Bibisara. And there you have Nino Batsiashvili taking on Theodora Inyak. And let's start with the Ho Yifan versus Bibisara encounter. We have the Sicilian on the board, Irina, and this little pawn move, which is not very common.
Yeah, well, Bibisara has a very aggressive opening repertoire. She also plays the King's Indian defense regularly as black. So here she goes for the Sicilian, one of the most dangerous openings in chess. And Ho Yifan tries to keep it in calmer territory by playing a little bit of a sideline with that small pawn move to c3.
And the big question, of course, for everyone who's not like super strong out there is, why can't you take this pawn? And guys, there is a huge double attack coming in here, so you can't take it because of the check and the knight falls.
Yes,
So-
that is a beginner's trap, Sagar, that you don't want to fall into.
Right, and that's the reason why Bibisara is not going to take that pawn. But how does black play? Oh, she goes bishop d7 and instantly creates the threat of taking the pawn.
Exactly, and the other idea of that bishop move is that sometimes the bishop will go to c6 and attack the pawn from there, which is a little bit less common than putting a knight there, but also pretty thematic for these positions.
Right, and there you see Pragg and Richard Rapport beginning their game. And we have, d4. Pragg going for the same opening that he played yesterday against Shakhriyar Mamedyaro. Will it be another London system, Irina?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's interesting to see what Richard Rapport is going to come up with, because he likes to play these Benoni type of systems like he did against Vidit or King's Indian mixtures. So right now, it's really interesting what choice he's going to make.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for it. He goes g6. That's actually going to be very exciting, because I think Pragg already has fared badly against Richard's King's Indian. But now, knight d2.
Yes, earlier this year, Richard won against Pragg this beautiful game in the King's Indian defense. So he's sticking to that opening, and Pragg is actually the one changing things up. He's going for a less standard line with that move knight to d2, leading to a quieter game.
By the way, Irina, I loved how both the players were moving around the stage. And, you know, now it's becoming more and more important to see what your team players are doing as the icon board takes fourth there between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. It'll start very soon. And there you have the handshake between the two legends here. And the junior board, the prodigy board, also begins with Leon opening with knight to f3.
Yeah, knight to f3, it's a move that's becoming more and more popular these days. Instead of putting one of the center pawns in the middle of the board, players are trying to avoid mainstream theory by going for this side development.
Right. And by the way, let's go to the board number 1, the icon board. Irina, I need to get your thoughts on this opening choice of Hikaru Nakamura. If we can take it from the top, it was the Petrov. And this line which, you know, every kid you generally would say, don't do this a few years ago. But now it's becoming quite a playable line for black.
Yeah, it's been explored in a lot of top-level Grandmaster games. And we've actually seen it in this tournament before as well. I can't remember I think it was on the first day when we were commentating.
No,
Sagar.
it was MVL versus Hikaru. I think day 2. And MVL actually lost to Hikaru in that opening with white.
Okay, that's right. Okay, yeah.
And he had actually gone, Irina, here, f4. This is what he had chosen.
That was MVL's choice,
Right.
f4, right. Now that rings a bell, yes.
But actually, Fabi goes for the main line, d4. White is now a pawn up. Knight comes out, and black recovers the pawn for just a layman. What's happening here? It looks equal. Why is white better?
Yeah, well, first of all, Hikaru is definitely playing an equalizing line. So what his opening choice shows is like he's not going for the most aggressive opening as black. It means that he thinks for his role in the team is to make a draw with the black pieces in this game. It's a symmetric pawn structure with white's pieces being a little bit more active, and that knight on b5 was threatening a fork on c7. Both players are playing still very fast, so they know what they're doing.
Prep. Rook f8. King c1 and Hikaru plays a6. Knight goes back. The knight attacks the bishop. This is insane. The amount of prep. He goes and snatches the pawn. Hikaru traps the bishop. This is giving me the 1972 World Championship vibe. You know, this game 1 between Spassky and Fischer.
Yeah, they've already played 24 moves in just a few seconds. Pretty incredible. So the bishop now is a little trapped on h7, but it's protected by the knight. And right now, Caruana is attacking the f7 pawn, which is okay. It's protected like with the bishop being blocking things. And now the white pawn is going to go to h5.
And finally, someone has started to think here. I think Fabi is the one who's taking a bit of time here. Irina, what do you make of this? It's a sideline, and in that they're so well prepared, and Hikaru is still blitzing out.
And he looks bored. You know, I think that's the expression he's making is like, I've got this all prepared. I'm not super interested yet. That is basically what his face is telling us. Let's look closely, right? He does not look like he's very tense or unsure about things.
But Irina, this looks like a big opportunity for Fabiano. If you were white here, what is the first move that would come to your mind? Like, there is a very tempting move here for white.
Okay, well, our rook is under attack on f4, so the tempting move is probably rook to d4 that you're thinking about, Sagar?
Yes, rook d4, pinning here, but then the king would sidestep.
Exactly.
But what do you make of this exchange sacrifice, rook takes f5? Do you think it's the best engine move, By the way, if we can get the chessboard here, Hikaru is walking around just to show you this exchange sacrifice. Hikaru looking at the games of all his teammates, and many people say that Hikaru's expressions are like the bar, the engine bar, which keeps on telling you, okay, this is a nice position for his team. This is not so good. You can look at that. But this sacrifice, just if we go one move back, Irina, Rook takes f5, G takes f5, and Bishop f5. What do you make of this?
Yeah, so the idea here is that white has sacrificed in exchange for that passed h pawn. And that pawn is pretty dangerous. It is going to get to h7. And that, I'm sure that Hikaru still has this position analyzed.
Oh my god, it did happen. Takes, king d6 is on the board.
And that h pawn is going to move to h6. And then the question is, what is black going to do against that dangerous pawn that is going to wind up on h7?
He goes at 6. Hikaru again plays b5. Has Hikaru prepared the entire game at home, guys? It's like as if he doesn't have to think at all. We are on move 28.
Yeah, now this is really amazing opening prep. Even for this top level, that it's almost move 30 and he still hasn't had to think at all. Well, he's chosen a line where he's like a little bit worse according to the engine, and he's just relying on the fact that he knows it until the end.
But this is insane confidence, Irina. Like, you can make a queen, you take here, knight check, king goes, let's say, back or somewhere, and you are a pawn down in this position. I mean, this endgame could be very scary.
Yeah, I guess he's just hoping that he's going to play like rook f8 and that f pawn is going to come under attack soon, and it cannot really advance easily to f4. So I guess the advantage is not that big here for white. It's an interesting approach by Hikaru. I mean, he's saying, yes, I will defend a little bit, but I know what I'm going into. So, you know, this is kind of the clearest way to steer for a draw.
And you know, Fabi has to use all his experience here and belief in himself, because when your opponent is blitzing out like this and is looking so confident, you could lose your kind of will to play for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question actually is, what other ideas other than h8 does white have here? I mean, there's no other way to really support that pawn advancing. It's not that easy to see how to make threats, is it?
Yeah, I think if you don't push this pawn, black would be thinking of perhaps trying to defend f7 somehow. Maybe is rook a7 something that you could think of perhaps?
Or maybe even f6 could be a thought. It does open up the e6 square though, so you have to be a little careful with that.
Right. And so Hikaru, by the way, showing immense confidence here. And there's one game which we should go to where the players with the white pieces are doing well. That's Ho Yifan, the 4-time world champion. She's playing on board 4 against Bibisara. And Irina, white has this. We saw this opening. It was this delayed Alpin in the Sicilian. White has great space in the center.
Yes, and this is very similar to her game yesterday against Humpy Koneru, when Humpy also had a knight on e4 that she was trying to challenge by playing knight bd2. So it's funny how these two games are resembling each other. She's got the space advantage. You know, the bishop on g7 is staring into the white pawn chain, which is the main defect in black's position.
Right. And Irina, I have a question for you. Have you played Ho Yifan before?
I've played Ho Yifan before, but not in a long time. For sure, I was playing her. I actually played her before she became famous. I played her, my very first game against her when she was probably around 11 years old, and it was in 2005 in a tournament in China. So no one knew this name yet. And she was invited to a tournament of like much more well-known top female players. And I played this game against her. I think I was black and a Sicilian. And you know, I wound up winning, but I was like, oh wow, this girl is going to be good. It was really that obvious.
Wow, that's amazing. Playing her before she became the powerhouse that she is. And by the way, on our frame, we see Suhail Chandok, the man behind the Upgrad Mumba Masters. He is closely following all the action there. And, you know, he's not choosing to wear the headphones. He's like, I want to just look at my players. I want to see them carefully. And let's also look at the shots from the fan zone there. We have Pranav V, the Grandmaster here who's giving a simultaneous exhibition against the local players who have come out there. I believe there's also Pranav Anand who's doing this. These youngsters who are here as the ambassadors of the tournament, really making everyone's visit to the Royal Opera House absolutely worth it.
Yeah, there's going to be more simuls planned for the evening with available grandmasters on the site. And by the way, let's go look at the game between Pragg and Richard Rapport. That has a bit of an unorthodox pawn structure where Richard has put pawns on both e6 and g6, blocking in his light squared bishop.
Right.
So
I
white.
mean, can we have Pragnananda on our screen? This is Pragg versus Richard here, board number 3. And we see that there are trades in the center, Irina, here. Does this look like white is doing well with the knight really well placed and the black king is still in the center?
Well, I think that black is going to be trading pieces here. Okay, he went for this trade, but the other one was possible too. And the thing is that Pragg's bishop staring into the pawn is not that amazing. It's pretty soon until black is able to castle. So maybe he just goes here. Okay, he goes queen d5. Interesting choice because the endgame would be totally safe for him. So the white queen, I'm expecting it to move back to e2. I don't think there's a whole lot that white can do otherwise. And then the question is, where does this bishop go?
Maybe bishop e7.
I guess that's a safe move, right? And then you try to get castled.
And this game definitely is not going to be any sort of brilliancy from Richard Rapport. It's very calm, very safe. But do you think like black does have some chances here? Like imagine I push my pawn to a3, then I get my bishop out. Would this pawn become a huge asset for black?
Yeah, I think so. I think the position is still playable for both sides. I mean, even the fact that the white pawn on e5 is on a dark square could be something that black takes advantage of in the future. So, but it's true that Richard is unlikely to like play a brilliancy from this position.
Right, and by the way, guys, very quickly, let's go to the game of Caruana and Hikaru. There's a lot of action that has happened there on the icon board. So after c6, where we left off, he made a queen. Rook takes, knight takes with a check, king came up, Hikaru just blitzing out stuff, bishop e4, Fabi's like, Hikaru, I'm a pawn up, I can try here, but rook h2, attacking this pawn, I believe if you push it forward, then maybe this entire second rank gets weakened, so plays rook f1, and now a5 and king d2, this is the live board position right now.
Yeah, white's got an extra pawn that is kind of tricky for him to advance. And Hikaru is taking some space on the queen side that could be useful in the future. You know, of course, it looks like only white can win, right? It's a little bit unpleasant to defend these positions for black, but I think that's kind of, you know, that's something that Hikaru uses in his opening preparation. Sometimes going for these worst positions that he's still confident he can hold without too many problems.
Yeah, but here I do get this sense, Irina, that, you know, you've got it all prepared, the engine is supporting you, but sometimes humanly being a pawn down and playing such positions is not so easy.
Well, I agree, Sagar. I don't have any lines like this in my repertoire. You know, it kind of goes against how I want to play chess, right? Because it's just not fun to start a game and immediately be defending and only defending, right? But at the top level, that is a viable strategy. To make a draw with the black pieces is considered a success. So even if you have to suffer like a little bit, they're willing to do it.
And what should be white's plan here in order to make progress? Because, you know, the black king is somehow you know, pressing the white king behind. I wanted this e3 square for myself so that I could push forward, but it's not happening. Should I take the knight? Should I keep the bishop?
Well, let's try taking the knight and thinking about how black should recapture.
He didn't take.
So if
but
you take the knights, yeah, you take with the king. And then the problem is even if you put your king on e3, you still can't push the pawn because your pawns in the second rank are going to be attacked. So pretty difficult to make progress. And you can see the difference in activity between the black rook and the white rook here.
Right, right. So Fabi decides to keep the bishop. on the board. And Hikaru now starts to think, you know, yesterday against Alireza as well, Hikaru played very quickly a slightly dubious line and then eventually lost that game.
Yeah.
So I have this feeling that he's trying something new. It works sometimes, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think against Ali Reza, maybe it wasn't quite as intentional as today, because there I feel like he just sort of got caught in that position that was a bit worse, while today he's definitely entering it consciously. But in general, in his repertoire, yeah, I've seen him like try to defend these kind of Catalan endgames down a pawn, and just kind of doing it over and over again in Title Tuesday and holding that draw. So that's what he's doing today. And yeah, it doesn't make for a very exciting game on the icon board, right? Because it kind of went into a pretty technical position early on. But we do have some very exciting games. How about we take a look at Leon Luke Mendonça against Volodar Murzin?
Oh, on the Prodigy board, we have Leon Mendonça with a clear edge here. Is that the extra pawn here for white?
Yeah, he just won the c-pawn. There used to be a black c-pawn on the board just a move ago.
This was the position, and I believe that Volodar got really worried about this bishop here, the pawn pushing forward, and he was like, let me just give up material. So he gives up a pawn here, and this doesn't seem enough compensation.
No, White's pawns in the center are massive, and they're blocking those bishops, and they're threatening to advance. So this is like not just an advantage, it's like a very big stable advantage, a safe advantage for White. Really quite dismal for Volodar, who was, you know, he was losing yesterday and turned that around into a win. For him to do that again is going to be pretty tough from this position.
Right. And so right now, if we look at this matchup, there's Hoyifan, who's doing really well for the Alpine SG Pipers. There's Leon Mendonça, who's doing really well. Where is this team of American Gambits going to strike? Which board is it?
Well, let's go to the board between Theodor Ignatz and Nino Batsiashvili, because that might be the answer to the question. Where black at least is going to have some sort of chance, although white is trying an interesting tactic based on the overload of the d-pawn.
So if you take the knight, then you lose the knight here on c5. So you don't take it, but somehow there's a very good move here for black.
Maybe even queen e8. Can we try that?
Wow, queen e8, and that might be the best move, Irina.
Well, it defends the c-pawn, attacks the knight, and attacks the pawn behind the knight. So that is probably the idea. And the thing is that black's pieces have a lot of explosive energy in this position, like that fianchettoed bishop on g7, potentially super powerful. And let's not forget the a-pawn. Let's highlight that pawn, Sagar, because I think in this game there's a good chance it's going to play a role.
It might come to a3 and it'll open up this diagonal. Reminds me of some famous King's Indian games of, what was it, David Bronstein maybe? He used to play such amazing games. Could happen that way. And oh, she did play it. Wow, Irina, your move is on the board.
Yeah, so Theodor Ignatz, I mean, she lost yesterday, pretty dramatic way, to Alexandra Kastanyuk, but she's also delivered a big win for her team in the first match. Nino Batsiashvili has been doing well, but right now it does look like Theodora can strike for her team. But let's look at the time situation. She does not have a lot of time.
Yeah.
They're only on move 14. She's at 7 minutes, and she's got to make it to move 40.
Right, she is struggling on time right now. And talking about slightly struggling here, maybe Pragnananda on board number 3. Guys, he is in definitely some trouble here, because look at this. Richard Rapport has pushed his a-pawn, and now if Pragg takes, there would be 2 weaknesses. Or, you know, take here, and now the b3 pawn is weak, and black simply castles.
Yeah, this is, you know, a position where it looks balanced because there's not a lot of pieces on the board. The kings are going to be both safe. But the problem is it's a story of weaknesses, right? The white e-pawn is actually a bit overextended over here. And that b3 pawn, it just got captured, which is interesting. What is the idea after rook b1, Sagar?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that he'll keep this, he'll castle, he'll try to bring his rook here. But Richard was like, no, I'm just taking the pawn and rook b1 or rook a2.
Okay, wow, that's a beautiful counterattack.
Wow.
The rook is attacking the queen on e2, and he's counting on actually being up a pawn
But
in
what if
some
I take-
endgame. Yes.
Because now I can take
And
the pawn
now
here.
you're going to castle. And you're going to say, hey, my rook on the second is still really annoying for you. You got a
And if I
back rank
play
issue.
F4,
then rook d8, and then things are going to get ugly.
Wow.
So he can still, put Pragg under some pressure. Also, he's got a lot more time than Pragg.
And this is looking really, really bad for, really is too much to say, but it's definitely looking slightly worse. But I think Pragg will be able to hold this. So nothing huge might happen here. It could end in a draw, Irina. Should we quickly check board number 2 between Anish Giri and Vladislav Artemiev, because this one is looking very sharp.
It is, despite the fact that the engine bar is giving it as equal. Obviously, a lot of things are happening in this position. Black's king has lost the shields of the H pawn. And right now, there's going to be some trades coming up where white might have to take on d4 to move his knight away. But then the e4 pawn will hang, so black will get the pawn back. Are there alternatives to the move knight takes d4, Sagar?
Maybe I can jump in with my queen and try to checkmate you if you take this. That would be terrible, but it seems like it's not.
Because of knight e4. Yeah.
Take here, and now the queens have to be traded. So perhaps Anish, who's going quite aggressive here, cannot quite do it. Oh, I have an idea. Can I do bishop g7 here? Because now my threat is queen at 6.
Okay, that is a nice checkmate threat. Indeed, how do I stop it?
Maybe knight g4.
Knight g4, and then try to take the knight on f5, right?
Yeah, but actually it's not the best move. There's something else here that is working out. And
knight g8.
oh,
yeah.
yes, knight to g8 is working out here, and somehow there's no mate. And look at this, a lot of people have come to the Royal Opera House today to watch these matches, and so many young kids. I love it. I love the fact that young kids have turned up here, and they are able to see the top players in action. One of them might go on to become the world champion.
Yeah,
someday.
you never know. It's such a memorable experience for the up-and-coming kids, right? Just to see their icons up close, to get their pictures, autographs. I can see how it could be very inspiring.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you a story, Sagar.
Okay.
It's not, how in the U.S., one of our top female players is the young Alice Lee, right? Someone I've played a lot in the American Cup. Anyway, at some point when I played her for the first time in the American Cup, in the finals, her mom showed me a picture of us at like some tournament some years ago where she was like, 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
And of course, I didn't remember, having taken that picture, but it was pretty cool to see that.
That's so beautiful. And I think, Irina, you've inspired so many players in USA and across the world to take up chess. And I guess you would be loving the entire vibe here, right, at the Global Chess League?
Absolutely. Well, I think chess is an amazing game. When I see people enjoying it, appreciating it, being passionate about it, Sagar, it makes me happy.
Amazing.
And let's take a look at how Ho Yifan is pressing her advantage against Bibisara Asobayeva.
Yeah, let's go. She's almost close to having a decisive advantage here. Queen on b3, bishop d2, knight f3. The material is even. Pawn is on h5. Why is white's advantage so big here?
I think it's still the bishop on g7 that is locked up, not very effective. It's hard for black to play f6 to break out, especially once the white pawn is already on h5. But honestly, I don't necessarily think it looks like the game is over. I feel like this is like a different type of advantage from the one that Mendonça has against Morzin. It's not a material advantage yet, but yes, the problem here for black is counterplay.
Right. And I think one of the things that Ho Yifan needs to take care of is her time, because otherwise everything is going well for her. Oh, she sacks a pawn here with e6, a juicy move. It opens up the bishop, But if you take, then I guess you take here.
And queen d3. This is the point. Yes, she has created a very important weakness. That is a very cool move by Hou Yifan. That's the precise answer to the question of why white is better. It wasn't just the general things. It was this move e6 is important.
Wow. So that's beautiful here, what Hou Yifan has done. And I think she generally takes some time to get into her groove. But once she starts to really play well, it's difficult to stop her.
For sure. I mean, you know, she doesn't play as often as she used to. And that sometimes makes her a little slower, a little rusty, but when she starts finding her form, you can see why she was a player rated in the high 2600s, second only to Judith Polgar.
Right, and while Yifan is winning her game, or you can say clearly better, although her last move was perhaps not the most accurate, on board number 5, Theodora Ignac's advantage is growing massively here. I think this bishop is the MVP, Irina. The bishop on g7.
And the pawn on a3, and the knight on b4. They're all competing for the MVP award. Some very powerful pieces that black has. This is sort of a disastrous position for white because there's not much to compensate for those weaknesses around the king. I don't know, she needs to try to neutralize the bishop on g7, like maybe playing something like bishop d4 at some point.
Yes. This is an important move that needs to be played, but it's black to move here. And I think black will try to stop that, maybe even with a move like c5 to stop bishop d4. So this one looking really good for the team of Fire's American Gambits. Let's go to Leon Mendonça on the Prodigy board. Before we go to the top board, the Icon Clash, it seems like white is going to win this. Leon has a big edge here.
He's almost like up 2 pawns at this point because now that he's blockaded the black queenside pawns, they're not going anywhere. He just has those 2 extra pawns in the center, and it's just a matter of time before he starts pushing them. So I don't know what went wrong for Murzin, but this is like such a disastrous position.
Wow. Okay, so right now the team of Alpine SG Pipers are looking strong. On board 6, they are better. On board 4, they are better. Oh, but Leon's last move seems to be a big mistake. He's given up a chunk of his advantage. And why did he give up the pawn?
Why did he do that? He thinks that the D pawn is going to, be really strong, and it will be. It will be, but was it worth it to give up one of those important pawns in the center? That seemed a bit premature.
Yeah, that seems very risky. And now I think Volodar Murzin has his chance here. He's already creating his counterplay against the black king, against the white king, threatening mate in 1. Queen g2 is hanging.
Yeah, you got to go f3 to block the bishop, but still, I mean, at this point, black is no longer behind in material, and I think things are not even as bad for him as they were in yesterday's game. So he must be like thanking his lucky stars at this point.
Yeah, Volodar Murzin, very difficult to beat here. Even though he gets into trouble, he quickly extricates himself from it. Going to the top board, we have Hikaru Nakamura still fighting a pawn down, but this time so many simplifications have happened. Now he's threatening to take on c2. I think it's a draw now.
Yes, he can't quite take that pawn because of rook c4.
Ooh, that would be a massive blunder. Okay, so then maybe he should take on d3?
Still would have to suffer a bit, yeah, after king d3.
Pawn down. This is an extra pawn here. Okay, so not like completely dead yet.
It's not, but I feel like Hou Yifan's advantage is getting smaller. So we want to take a look at that board because the SG Alpine Pipers were relying on her advantage in that game, and it has gone pretty crazy where she is now, well, she's down a pawn, still with an active position though.
I think black has won this key pawn in the center, and there's no mating attack that was possible here. Yes, black's king does look a bit weak, but I think Bibisara would be feeling more confident. The match suddenly has become quite even.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of a kingside attack, we have to try to make it happen. Do you think we can try a move like g4? Because white can't really give up on the attack.
Wow, that's a great move. You're attacking this pawn, and if you take here, queen check, and this should end in a checkmate somehow. I don't know, maybe moving the rook somewhere.
Even rook c3 is probably good enough. Rook c3?
Yeah, rook c3, knight f7, maybe.
Maybe you just need to open up the diagonal to play bishop h6.
This is a great move, by the way. And yeah, so this one, g4, actually might be the move that Ho Yifan might make, and then Bibisara has to decide how to react to it.
Yeah, not so easy, right? I mean, she cannot touch that pawn, but there's no immediate threat yet. Actually, even taking on h5 is not a big threat because it allows the black queen to come out to g6. So maybe she can go bishop g7 here? Is that
Bishop
a move?
f6?
Sorry, bishop f6, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great move, and that might keep the balance here, but definitely a very sharp game that's building up. And meanwhile, can you believe it? Irina, Nino Batsiashvili on board 5 is now better. She was worse. She was like close to having a big disadvantage, but now she's close to having a big edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Somehow the features of the position are still the same. White's king looks weak. The diagonal looks weak. But the strong knight on b4 has been traded, and now White's threatening to win the pawn on d6, and then is relying on the bishop e5 trade of bishops to somehow not get mated here.
But there has to be some care taken, because if you take bishop d6, oh, she's taken. I was saying like rook takes b3 is possible, but not really. If rook takes b3,
Pawn
then
takes.
ab, a2 and king c2, and this queen is not really that strong. I can simply take it.
Yep.
So that's not working, but it's a big mistake here by Nino, because rook d8 is very strong.
Exactly. Well, you know, the time is going to make a big difference here because the position is complicated. 14 moves left to make for Teodora in 2 minutes. I mean, is it going to be a replay of yesterday's game where the time really affected her?
Oh, we have a result on board 3. It's a draw between Pragnananda and Richard Rapport. It's 1-1, the score there. And, well, the results are starting to come in. The match, the game is getting exciting on all boards. Let's go to the game of Hikaru and Fabiano there. And
they're still in the end game. That is not the most thrilling, yeah? I mean, the F-pawn from White still has not moved an inch since we've seen it a long time ago. You know, Hikaru continues to create this counterplay, and for now, White's not making progress. So maybe we can go to the board between Ho Yifan and Bibisara, because it looks like the women's boards are actually, women's and juniors board are probably going to decide this match.
right, and by the way, here, the move that was chosen by Ho Yifan was queen d3, putting pressure on g6. The rooks got traded, and this is the live board position that we have. Both players have just 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
And how many moves do they need to make to get to move 40? 15 moves, that's a lot of pressure on them. Black would love to go rook c8 and trade the rooks now, but the problem is that would hang the g6 pawn, so she goes to f5 to block the queen's attack on that pawn.
Right, and I was wondering if the knight could jump in here to attack the rook, and then the d5 pawn would hang. I still feel that white is better here, like, although the engine gives it as equal. It looks like White's chances are somewhat superior.
You know, I think what it is like the knight on f5 is like an amazing defender. The bishop on g7 is pretty good. She can't really make inroads to the black king anymore. I think even rook c8 is probably a possible move, like despite the fact that it gives up the d pawn, because you can get the b2 pawn in the end.
Oh, it's happening. Exactly what we just spoke about is happening. Queen takes d5 has happened, and maybe snatching the b2 pawn. Can Bibisara here? Okay, this game is also turning into an equal one, but I guess the game that could, it's the ultimate roller coaster here is between Teodora Ignac and Nino Batsiashvili. It was a big edge here for black if she would have taken with the rook, but she decided to take with the queen here, and now maybe this one is not so easy. Black is a pawn up. Sorry, piece up. Piece up.
Black's a piece up. I can see why she thought this might be simpler, but it actually reduced her advantage because now she doesn't have a chance to attack the white king as effectively with the queens off the board. So that might have been a costly decision by Teodora. So she still has to make almost 10 moves in just a minute.
Irina,
Intense
you know
time
what?
trouble.
I have a feeling that even white might just start pressing here. Like white's moves are so easy. C5, you move the rook, B4, I come up with my king, maybe try to win this. Otherwise, I come up and push these 2 pawns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would not be shocking if white even pulls out a win here, especially with the time situation.
Right, and so this game is definitely going to be a decisive one, is my feeling. Although, guys, if you look at it objectively, this is equal, and all the remaining boards are equal. That are the 5 boards. Hikaru and Fabi are still equal. Pragnananda has drawn his game against Rapport. We have Anish Giri, who's also equal against Artemiev. Do you think this might be the first match, Irina, that could have all 6 draws?
You know, I was thinking about that, Sagar, and I still think no. I don't think we're going to see all 6 draws in this match because when things get down to seconds, mistakes creep in, and the positions are still sufficiently complicated that anything can happen. Let's maybe take a look at what is going on between Leon Luc Mendonça and Volodar Murzin.
Yeah, let's go to the Prodigy board there. And here we see that white is still pressing because of this pawn on D7. The rook and queen nicely placed. Pawn to F5 could come in at the right moment. So Leon definitely pushing.
And he's got an advantage on the clock as well. Okay, let's go to Ho Yifan versus Bibisara. I feel like this game, with the little time they have, they're both under a minute and the position's still so complicated. Something is going to happen here.
Yeah, she jumps in with her knight. I love this knight here on F7. Just taking away some of the key squares from the black king. And also the pawns are a bit weak. Queen D7. Oh, she goes on the counter attack here. Bishop F2 could be a threat if the queen moves away.
Yeah.
Check.
King G7, okay, King H7, Knight G5, looks pretty crazy. Wow, what's happening with that king?
There's no mate here
I mean, you're walked into a discovered check though, Sagar. How is that king surviving?
I don't know. Look at Bibisara. She's walking a tightrope here, but she's walking it brilliantly.
Okay, is the game going to end in a repetition though?
No, I don't think Ho Yifan will repeat. Although
But she has so little time.
Oh, she goes back. She goes back. She wants to fight on.
But she still might go to G5.
She
takes
the bishop. Check. And now knight takes.
Wow. For an equal position, this is one of the craziest positions ever.
Look at her king now moving in. She's moving in with the king. This is a brilliant game. Queen takes E7. A mistake by Bibisara perhaps. Check.
So white has some advantage because of those queenside pawns, the 2 against 1.
Yeah.
And wow, bishop C3, block. Maybe right here is a good moment to block. She blocked with the bishop. I don't think it's going to be perpetual. Looks like Ho Yifan is outplaying her.
Yeah, there's no perpetual here. The knight is pinned on G7, but checks are not stopping. Somehow.
Okay. Why'd she do that? She didn't want to block with her queen on B4 for some reason.
And now King D2. Oh, she
has so little time.
It's a 3-fold repetition, Irina. She claims it perfectly.
Oh.
And can we go back to this game? She claims here, Bibisara, what a star. She understood with just 30 seconds on her clock that this is the time to claim a draw, and it is the right claim.
It's an amazing presence of mind, you know, when you've got seconds to pick up on that 3-move repetition. And of course, her position's not very good, so she will be very happy to get that half a point.
And the arbiter is asking the third umpire here. You can see the arbiter on the table that what's happened here? Is it a draw or not? And they shake hands. Ho Yifan misses a golden opportunity here to win. The game ends in a draw. We have already board number 2 ending in a draw between Anish Giri and Artemiev. Also, there's result on board number 1 between Hikaru and Fabi. It's also a draw. So we have 4 draws in a row. Now it's all down to the Leon Mendonça board on the Prodigy against Murzin and Nino Batsiashvili. Both the games are being won by the Alpine SG Pipers, Irina.
Wow, amazing. Okay, so he's made progress with his queen and rook. The black king is getting progressively weaker. It's funny, he did not take the rook on D8 that was seemingly free because I think there was a perpetual check.
Right, and so he's doing it carefully here, Leon, because he is clearly winning. The king is weak. He's threatening a mate here. He's attacking this rook. Queen F5. we can't take here because of check. Maybe we can. But just take the queen. This is the winning endgame. Bring your king up.
Yeah, that's a simple decision. Sometimes it's hard to do that, though, because you want to checkmate the king, and he actually did not go for the queen trade.
Do that. He did
not
not
surprised.
do that. And by the way, while this one, oh, what happened?
Yes, probably Morzin lost on time. He only had seconds. And also, how did the game between Batsiashvili and Inyats finish? Batsiashvili won. You were right, Sagar. Even though she was down a piece, she had chances in this endgame, and she did prosecute them.
Wow, guys. Leon Mendonça wins it for the SG Alpine Pipers. So does Nino Batsiashvili. It's a dominating win once again for the SG Alpine Pipers. 4 draws and 2 wins. So that's 10-4, the scoreline.
That's a pretty convincing victory, you know. I gotta say, Sagar, you're gonna be the one raising the flag. I was thinking the Fire's American Gambits would be the favorites in this match, but what happened was they were neutralized on all the top boards.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, like a Rapport didn't really get anywhere against Pragg. Well, they were playing with the black pieces, though.
Right. I mean, in a way, what happened beautifully for Leon was that his win was quite smooth. And by the way, there the Alpine SG Pipers have won, and that's a very cool result for them. 2 back-to-back wins with all the emotions that are there in the playing hall. You can see their coach Praveen Tipse very happy there with this second win in a row. Meanwhile, for the Fire's American Gambits, well, today I guess they didn't have so many chances. Yeah, maybe Theodora Inyak.
She had
could
chances.
be.
Sagar, so who do you think is the player of the match for the Alpine SG Pipers?
I think definitely the way Ho Yifan is playing, maybe we could think about that. But Nino Batsiashvili, like, I mean, she scored a win here. And look at her tournament that's going on. She's beaten Koschenyuk, she's beaten Solakidu, she's now beaten Theodora Inyak. Should we go for her as the MVP?
I think so. I think she deserves it, and also Leon Luke Mendonça deserves it, right? Because they both won at the very end of the match. So in that sense, it was very similar. Like, no one contributed that point early to the team, but in the end, they kind of gave it at the same time. So it was equally important.
Right.
Was finished the first game,
Yes, this team
first
was a
match of
A
today,
little bit sad.
and Alpine's peoples won 3-0 match points against Americans Gambits, and the game points is 10-4. I want to congratulate winner, and please handshaking.
And there we have the handshake between the players. Amazing play here by the Alpine SG Pipers. So good. They are now starting to suddenly look so stable after their first 2 losses, Irina.
Yeah, well, Ho Yifan, Nino Batsiashvili, and Leon Luke Mendonça on the lower boards look very good today.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, the teams objectively are all so strong that it's never that surprising when they start turning things around and just winning the matches. There's not much that separates all these teams.
True. Absolutely. And maybe this match could have turned around completely if Theodora Inyak on board 5 would have converted that. You can see that she's dejected. Meanwhile, Nino Batsiashvili, she is the MVP of this round for sure. She really played well. And in this tournament itself, she's doing so well for her team.
She's doing amazing, right? She's not like the highest rated player in the league this season, but yeah, she's definitely very strong, very experienced, has represented the Georgian women's national team, many Olympiads, and she is just, her games are looking pretty good. She's not really in trouble very much. But I have to say, even if Inyats would have won, it still wouldn't have been enough. Actually, wait, maybe it would have been enough because they were black.
It would have been absolutely enough. But 10-4 is the scoreline with the Alpine SG Pipers. We go for a short break.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
चेस हो या मार्केट, जीत उन्हीं की होती है जो दूर का देख सकते हैं। फायर्स एडवांस ऑप्शन चेन और 50 मार्केट डेप्थ के साथ मार्केट का हर मूव आपके सामने है।
Fires for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
चेस हो या मार्केट्स, स्मार्ट इनसाइट्स कैन चेंज द गेम। जैसे फिया, Fire's intelligent assistant. Get in-depth sector and stock analysis and deep portfolio insights. Fully AI powered.
Fires for those who are born to trade. Investment in securities market are subject to market risk. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
आज हम कुछ नया सीखेंगे।
एक दिन स्कूल में फुटबॉल आया और फुटबॉल ने मुझे बताया, ये सर सिर्फ पानी का मटका उठाने के लिए नहीं बना,
ये पैर डर के भागने के लिए नहीं बने,
घुटने किसी के सामने झुकने के लिए नहीं बने, ये कंधे अनाज की बोरियां उठाने के लिए नहीं बने, चीख सिर्फ डर से नहीं निकलती और गोल सिर्फ रोटियां नहीं होती।
Alpine SG Pipers with their second match victory in a row take down Fire's American Gambits 10-4. What a power-packed performance by them. And now to award the player of the match, Arohi, take it away.
Taking the winning momentum ahead, the Pipers clinch another game day. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 10, played between the Alpine SG Pipers and the Flyers American Gambits this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, may I please call upon Mr. Amit Khandelwal, Principal Solution Engineer, BMC Helix. And the player of the match award goes to Nino Batsiashvili from Alpine SG Pipers. First things first, since when did the pawn become more stronger than a bishop?
I don't know then, but I play it just all in, push my pawns, and in some point it's worked.
First you had Kostenuik, then Savarula, and now Inyats. Is it going to stop anytime soon?
I don't know. It's difficult. Everybody plays here very, very strong, and it's a very difficult game.
Which was that one point today, point of time in the game where you felt like you had this one?
When I went this king f3, king e4, and I kick here bishop from this diagonal.
So can we see more pawn action from you going ahead in the games that are about to come?
I don't know, probably.
All right, congratulations on today's win. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
That is it from the presentation ceremony. Alpine SG Pipers take this one. We'll be back with the next game.
Nino Batsiashvili there with 3 wins and a draw. Undefeated so far here in Mumbai in the 3rd season of the Global Chess League, making a strong case for herself as being perhaps the most valued player for the Alpine SG Pipers.
Well, she's delivered so many wins to the team, so I think they can be very happy with her performance. And sometimes it helps to be a little bit underrated, to be seen as the underdog, right? Because she's not one of the higher rated players, hasn't won any titles in like World Rapid or Blitz championships. So probably the other players are hoping to get points against her, but that's not happening.
And Sagar, just pushing a little bit on that as well, because I don't think the score tells the full storyline of what happened in that game. It could have gone any way, an absolute roller coaster of a finish.
Yeah, because in the end, you know, Nino was in trouble at some point just before the end. And if Theodora would have won that game, today we would have the Fire's American Gambits as the winners.
And that would mean we would have a completely different leaderboard than the one that's about to come up just now. Because take a look at that. With that second back-to-back victory, we see that it is now at the very top, the Alpine SG Pipers with 6 match points. There's still 2 battles remaining to be played out today. But for Alpine SG Pipers, 2 losses to start the league with. And now, a big turnaround there. We've got the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, Triveni Continental Kings, 5 teams with 6 match points, and PBG Alaskan Knights yet to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and with this win, they actually have gone ahead of the Fire's American Gambits because in game points, they have 4 extra game points. So, a huge win for the Alpine SG Pipers.
And Irina, this leaderboard is quite fascinating because you see 5 teams with the same match points. How critical down the line do you think those game points will be to try and get those huge margins and not just focus on the match victories?
Yeah, indeed. Like the teams haven't been able to separate themselves much. Everyone is going neck to neck. So those game points are probably going to be important. But still, I feel like when it comes down to the end, there's still only going to be a couple of teams that are in the plus score in terms of the match wins. So I wouldn't overestimate the importance of the game points.
Every single board matters, and that's the storyline that's building up here in Season 3 right now. Game points might be the decisive factor, and this board has been one that has been showing all the colors by Mendonça right here, getting that win again. It wasn't just Batsiashvili's board, but this one scoring that 10-4 margin, which might play out in the end in a big way.
I think Leon was the stable player for the Alpine SG Pipers. Right from the opening, he got an advantage. He kept it, although at some point he did lose a bit of it. But he played so well towards the end. So I think back-to-back great performance by this youngster.
Yeah, definitely. The Fire's American Gambit showed some vulnerability on that board early on. I think it must have been kind of unpleasant for his teammates to see his position because he made some mistakes in the early middle game of Volodar Murzin, and he was always on the defensive, and that probably put extra pressure on his teammates as well.
And this was the game as it played out. Mendonça, cool, calm, collected there. We saw a tense middle game battle, but in the end, he was able to take down the World Rapid champion in a very important prodigy board matchup here. He kept the speed on the clock, and eventually there, Murzin, the World Rapid champion, not only lost on the board, but gets flagged.
Yeah, he lost on time there, and I wonder what's happening to him. He's not playing his best chess. He definitely needs to fire for the Fire's American Gambits to start winning. You know, if he doesn't do it, it'll be tough. They were banking on him.
Wow, and speaking of banking on someone, it could have been a very different story with Theodora Injak winning her game because she was so close to getting it done as well against Nino Batsiashvili, but went down on that board. Bimbisara, who you found, that's where the drama was.
Yes, there was a lot of drama in that game. Just the whole game was very interesting. Ho Yufan had the early edge, but at some point, Bimbisara had a comeback, and that whole game was decided in those final seconds. It wasn't clear who was even trying to win. And at some point, it became clear that it was Ho Yufan, but she blundered into a repetition by Perpetual Check.
It was a fantastic battle and a very strong presence of mind there by Bimbisara to claim that draw. And of course, this matchup of the superstar men board as well. Somehow, they were able to keep it solid throughout. And is it fair to say, Sagar, a very balanced game in both these matchups?
Yeah, both these matchups, and also the Icon board was also very balanced. One must give it up for Hikaru's choice. You know, him playing that Petrov line, which was pawned down, and somehow he was worse slightly, but he never gave Fabi the chance to win.
It was a clash of the titans that ended peacefully, a very controlled performance there, but it was the lower boards that decided the fate of these two teams. And in the end, the Alpine SG Pipers get the job done. A second match victory in the row, which completely throws open the field. The league is anyone's league right now at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I'm so excited. And now today, if the team that is at the bottom of the table, the PBG Alaskan Knights win, oh, what a moment that would be now. That would throw open the tournament like anything.
And that's exactly what we want. We want it to be a fight, a closely contested battle. You saw the standings early on, just the neck-to-neck that it is right now in Mumbai at the Royal Opera House. And there's more live action coming on in the next one. PBG Alaskan Knights, a make-or-break game for them against the upgrad Mumbai Masters. It's time to decide the colours. Arohi with the match toss.
Two teams, one chance to make a comeback, and to start proceedings, it is toss time. We have Mr. Swayams Mishra joining us on behalf of PBG Alaskan Knights and Hari Krishna for Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Also joining us for the coin toss, the guest for the day, Mr. Badri Srinivasan, GM ITES Microsoft, along with Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, Tournament Director, and Mr. Ashot, Chief Arbiter. May we please proceed with the toss? Hari Krishna will be taking the call. Heads is the call.
Tails. PB Alaskan Knights wins the toss, decided to play with white pieces. Thank you.
PBG Alaskan Knights, it is white for you. Why so?
I think we have tried with black pieces, so we want to try with white pieces and definitely try to change our luck.
What are the special preps that you would have done, or what is the conversation in the camp like after yesterday's loss? You would want to make that comeback today?
Yeah, I think the team is very motivated, especially to come back and try to score a victory today.
Any particular boards you're looking at?
I think all boards are crucial for sure, but I think board one will be more exciting.
Awesome. Love the enthusiasm. All the best for today's game. And black it is again. Would you like getting the white, or would you have picked the black as well?
I think both are fine because they prepared for both colors, so it's good, yeah.
What does the team look like after yesterday's game? You would want to make a comeback today. Is that opportunity against a team who's not won a single game so far? Does that put you in a better position?
I think we are just thinking about today's game, not yesterday's or tomorrow's game, just today's game, and players are prepared for today's match, and that's all it matters.
All right, all the best for today's game.
Thank you.
That is it from the coin toss. The news from the center is that PBG Alaskan Knights have won the toss, opted white.
Grandmaster Swayams Mishra there winning the toss and choosing the white pieces and also giving it away a little bit that it's all eyes on that top board. Icon clash for them with Gukesh taking on Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. Huge expectations from that board right now. Irina, do you think the decision to go with white had something to do with giving Gukesh the white pieces against the former World Blitz champion?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense given their situation in the tournament standings that they want to at least get the psychological initiative playing with the white pieces. And Gukesh, having lost yesterday with black to Vishy, to give him white against MVL definitely puts him in a psychologically better position to get that win.
Yeah, I also agree with this. I think this was the best thing that could have happened to the PBG Alaskan Knights because getting white means now they can all come play stable chess today. And I think a win is what they need. Gukesh needs to fire from the top. You know, he hasn't won a single game. In fact, none of their players have won a single game.
But currently, Gukesh has lost to Firuza and Anand, half out of 3, getting that sole draw in. He needs to lead the team from the front. This one, I think, for the PBG Alaskan Knights, really looking for a strong performance from the world champion there. And of course, you know, we talk about white and black, the importance of choosing colors. It all comes down to the scoring system. So let's set the stage with that, because the format of the Global Chess League is one of the most unique ones in the chess world. For the teams, it's all about making it to the top 2 spots to qualify to play for championship, and it all comes down to the match points there, which of course depends on a board-to-board performance from top to bottom. You win with the black pieces on any board, you get the 4 points. With a white win, you get 3 points. So for right now, at the bottom of the leaderboard, for Gukesh, if he wins, he gets those much-needed 3 points. A match win gets you 3 points, gets you up on the leaderboard, and of course the aim, as mentioned, is to climb up right to those top 2 spots to play for championship. And this is our time control, 20 minutes to start with, 2-second increment, but only from move 41. So you have to be incredibly careful about where you choose to spend the time, the critical moments. You lose on the clock, you lose on the board, which is why I think, Arena, we've seen so many turnarounds, so much drama when we're reaching that 40 move mark.
It's not as easy as it looks to get to move 40 and gain those 2 seconds increments. I mean, at some point, the time situation is really starting to impact the quality of the players' moves. Sometimes they have like 30 seconds to make like 5 moves, right? It's very hard to keep up the quality of play at that point. And even when they get the 2 seconds, it doesn't make it a lot better. 2 seconds is not a lot of time.
It's barely enough to get a move on the board, and Gukesh will have to get a move for his whole team on the board to get up on that leaderboard, because take a look at that. While we've got all our teams with 6 points on the leaderboard, there's one at the bottom of the pit. It's PBG Alaskan Knights with no match victories. Not a single player has managed to get a win on their board, and that, Sagar, to me, has been the most shocking story of the league so far.
Absolutely, and this could very well change today, but at the same time, the upgrade Mumbai Masters are a tough team to beat. They have MVL, Wesley So, Mamedyarov, Humpy, Harika, Daneshwar Bardia. Amazing team there.
And I think that MVL has been playing very well on board too. I mean, yesterday he defeated Caruana with the black pieces. He's got 2 wins out of 3, so it's not going to be an easy task for Gukesh to get that win.
Gukesh and Arjun playing for the PBG Alaskan Knights, the 2 big storylines here, you know, the titans of Indian chess, the younger generation taking the world by storm. When we talk about the younger generation, one player you can't help but talk about is, of course, Pragg, and he's live with Arohi right now.
Joining us, the young icon Pragg from Alpine SG Pipers, riding high on the win today, Pragg.
Yeah, it's great that we won back-to-back matches, and that puts us in a in the contention for like the top 2. So it feels great, especially like first 2 matches didn't really go well at all, and it's great to see Leon striking, and also Nino and Ethan are also striking. So it's just the top 3 are not really striking, but hopefully we'll get a few wins from there as well.
So, you know, you've played around leagues around the world. How does this one make it different? What is that one thing you're looking forward to in this league that makes you excited to play here?
I think this is a very exciting format, not only for the fans, but also for the players. But it's just that when you lose on one game day, it's just you have to take that loss for 24 hours before you get another chance. So that is the one thing that annoys. But if you keep winning, then it's fine. So overall, it's a fun format. I think also having it in India, seeing so many fans and so many kids coming and watching the game, it's fantastic.
Well, what do you think of the fan zone? You know, all these fans have come here to meet you. You get to be in such close contact with them. They get to be in such close contact with you. Now that you are interacting with them, they're just so excited to meet you. How do you feel as a player who has so many fans and they come here to watch you, to talk to you, to play with you?
Yeah, I think it's great for both us and the fans because fans get to see the top players. They can interact with them. They can take inspiration from them, especially the kids. Because I remember I've had these few instances when I was very young to see Anand sir after World Championship and so on. So all these things definitely gives you a lot of inspiration. So it's really nice to see them, and I think because of them we have such a league that is going on, and it's for them. So it's really nice that they're also enjoying it.
Well, one insider question, I want to know this from you. All of y'all are friends. I know y'all are different teams, but when y'all are at the hotel, y'all are having meals together. Do y'all share some advice for each other, or does that competitive spirit stay there throughout the league?
You mean within the team or?
Between players from two different teams. Okay. Let's say, do you talk to Vidit or do you talk to Anand sir?
I don't think, we are, I don't think we are hiding something so important here. Yeah? For example, I am meeting Arjun every day, but it's not like I'm trying to, hide a team strategy, which there is no team strategy basically. So, I think we are just normal. We are enjoying the tournament. I think that's the most important one.
Well, that is what we want. We want to see that fierce battles on the board when you're on the stage. But then otherwise, everybody loves the bromance between all the players. Thank you so much for joining us. The fans love you. I think they want to get back to talking to you and get that interaction with you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll be back with the studio shortly. But before that, a short break.
सर, आपका गोलकीपर से लेकर दी बॉल तक के पीछे का सीक्रेट क्या है?
सीक्रेट नहीं, ताकत। मैं स्टेडियम को मजबूती से खड़ा करने वाली स्टील से इंस्पिरेशन लेता। एपीएल अपोलो स्टील पाइप्स, देश की बढ़ती ताकत। प्राउड स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ अल्पाइन एसजी पाइपर्स।
It is a do-or-die matchup for the PBG Alaskan Knights, currently on 0 points on that leaderboard, but they're taking on a team that has shown immense form, the upgrad Mumbai Masters. Will this be the turnaround moment for Gukesh's PBG Alaskan Knights is the question on everyone's mind, on ours as well. And that interview that we just saw of Pragg from the Alpine SG Pipers, who've been making a bit of a statement, 2 back-to-back victories, talking about the importance of team spirit, of having fun, of the whole atmosphere and the environment here at the Royal Opera House. How crucial will team spirit, team camaraderie and that chemistry be for the PBG Alaskan Knights?
It's huge. I think in such tournaments, having that team spirit is very important, and it builds in very small things, you know. It builds when you all have your food together. It builds up when you go on walks together. Somehow, I do get that sense that maybe that's not happening with this team so much, but maybe they did it yesterday. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I did see Sarah Hadam yesterday, and she had a friend visiting her. So that's what she went to dinner with her friend. So it was not like a whole team activity. Yeah, this team is struggling so far, but this might be the match where they turn things around. We got Gukesh versus MVL. Should we do our predictions, Tanya?
It is time for that. But let's start from the Prodigy board. You know, we've seen so many of these matches get decided on the lower boards. It was exactly the storyline in the previous matchup with Alpine SG Pipers scoring on the women's superstar and the Prodigy board. What do we make of this one? It's going to be Daniel Darda up against Bardya Daneshwar. It's been an up and down journey for these two players so far, but clearly it's Bardya who's performed better than Daniel. How do you see this one playing out? Is there a favorite, Irina?
Well, so far there's been no games between them that I could find in the database, Tanya. Daniel Darda is an aggressor, so I guess I will go for the PBG Alaskan Knights on that one.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, for me, Daniel hasn't won a single game here. I mean, 2 draws, 1 loss. I think I'll go for Daneshwar Bardya.
So a 50-50 clash here in our panel for that Prodigy board. All right, let's keep going up. Let's see the women's superstar board. And there we see a clash of former world rapid champions there. Katrina Lano taking on Koneru Humpy. That's a clash between 2 world champions. Then we've got Sarah Kadam, the young Sarah, against Harika Dronavali. Who has the edge on the superstar women boards?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, first of all, I've always been good friends with Harika. Hard for me to, pick against her. Also, Sarah is a very, very nice girl that I've gotten to know at this event. So actually, we will go for the draw on that board.
Yeah, for me, I feel like on the Humpy versus Lagno board, I have a feeling that Lagno is a small favorite there in this format, although not in judging from this event, but just generally. While I think Sarah and Harika would be very solid and the game would end in a draw.
But what do you think in these women superstar boards? What will be the decisive factors? Because all 4 of them, incredible fighters. While I see the case to be made for the strategic positional battle we can expect between Sarah and Harika, for Katrina Lagno and Humpy, it's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah. And I think Lagno will go all out. She did that yesterday against Shuvalova. She wanted to beat her. She played like this very sort of not so popular E4, E5, Knight F3, D6. That just goes to show that she wants to win at all costs. And today, she'll have the white pieces. So I think she is a favorite for me in that matchup.
The only thing is that if you look at their history, Lagno and Koneru, there's so many draws. And they have very different styles, but it's like draw, draw, draw.
And that's the big question, right? You'd be happy to take a draw when you're clashing against another Titan, but given the team situation, you start with the white pieces. You want to push. You want to fire all your cylinders. You want to just go for it. And for Lagno, I think her task is cut up. For all the PBG Alaskan Knights players, they don't win this match, it's pretty much the end of the path. Let's put the pressure now on the men's superstar boards, because these are some very juicy matchups, Sagar. I see the expression on you. I'm going to start with Arjun versus Wesley there at the top. What do you make of this clash between these two? Stylistically, absolutely poles apart.
But if you see like this entire matchup, what Arjun is on board 2 is what Shak is on board 3. And what Wesley is on board 2 is what Dominguez is on board 3. So it's very big difference in style in both these matchups. I have a feeling that Arjun today has to strike. You know, yesterday he was at the dinner table. He was eating his food quietly. He was like very focused. He wants to win. I have a feeling that Arjun might score and Dominguez, he would be very solid. Again, a little bit of going towards the PBG Alaskan Knights over here for me.
So on both boards, Sagar, you're saying it's a battle between tactics and strategy.
Yes.
And probably seeing that depth and kind of balancing it out against a case to be made for the PBG Alaskan Knights choosing the white pieces, Arena?
Well, I mean, Lanier is going to be up against Shaq with the white pieces. I don't think that's actually a bad pairing for the Upgrad Mumba Masters because, you know, when Shaq has been white, like I've seen their games, it looks like Lanier wants to neutralize him with the black pieces, right? So giving him white and being like, well, you try to beat this crazy player with his like unusual style, I don't think like the Upgrad Mumba Masters are going to mind Shakhriyar being black on this board.
So it's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov who will be going for the kill with the black pieces for the upgrad. And then we've got Arjun Aragaisi on both three. He's got ice in his veins. Magnus Carlsen called him the madman of chess simply because of the chaos that he created. He's got to bring that on for his team. I want to see one of the flags here now. In the Superstar Men board, who are you going for, Sagar and Irina? You get your pick.
Yeah, well, by the way, Wesley So won his match against Aragaisi in the Tata Steel 2024 Rapid and Blitz. He won both in the Rapid and the Blitz, which is a little bit unusual. So, but that's the backstory to this pairing. I don't think he's going to be feeling too nervous. So I guess I will go with Wesley.
Ooh, that's amazing. Yeah, I think Irina is really backing it up with like those numbers,
arguments,
the
yes,
research.
Make a case for your point.
I'm going more with the feel, you know. I'm like, come on, he was looking a little bit focused yesterday. Today he might do it, you know. There's no backing of any scientific evidence there.
I think somewhere in your heart, just like the fans, they want the PBG Alaskan Knights as well to at least start their journey to make it an even more closely contested battle. But of course, it's going to be all eyes on that top board. Gukesh Domaraju carrying so much expectations right now. As the world champion, I have to say he has underperformed for the PBG Alaskan Knights. At half out of 3, 2 losses, 1 draw, hasn't won a game. Meanwhile, for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, except 1 road bump, he's been showing great form. This is the moment that Gukesh needs to show up for his team.
Yeah, and look at Gukesh's expression here. He's smiling so much.
What are you talking about? What are you guys worried
That's
about?
the scientific evidence that you're using to predict the results.
I'm just saying, like, this would be his expression if he won today. You know, it's not right now. He's not so happy. But I think this one will be very tough for Gukesh. He has had not so great results with MVL. I remember this year in Grand Chess Tour, he lost a classical game to MVL. So while I mean, he's white, he's the world champion, he's like a favorite of all the fans here, I think it's a very tough game for Gukesh today.
And Irina, is it also fair to say that yes, form is one thing, but stylistically also the two players quite different from each other?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know how different Gukesh is from MVL. I mean, they're both good calculators. They're both good dynamic players, both principled players. So actually, I see less of a stylistic clash between them than on the next 2 boards. The only thing I see is that, you know, MVL has less pressure on himself because he's playing pretty well. His team is not in a total must-win situation. That makes his situation a little bit easier to handle.
Well, there's a lot of pressure to be handled for this team as PBG Alaskan Knights winless. Not a single match victory, and we see them there with their captain, Grandmaster Swayams Mishra. They know what they need to do right now, but they're up against the Upgrad Mumba Masters who keep upping their game. They need to do a rebound from what happened yesterday as well. Meaning business, a strong roster depth for this team as Hari Krishna there with the team flag. And I want to touch upon that icon board just a little bit more. You know, for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he loves to play those complex battles. If there is a chaos on the board, he thrives on it. Calculation, but I would almost go on to say based a lot on tactics as well. While Gukesh perhaps feeling more safe in slightly more positional strategic battles when things are more under control.
Oh, I think both are insane calculators. So maybe this game would be very wild. You know, these calculating. If Gukesh goes E4 as white, MVL will go for the Sicilian Najdorf. If he goes D4, we might see the Grunfeld. You know, we might see some sharp lines today.
And that's exactly what we're hoping for. And that's perhaps exactly what the players are also hoping for. Because when you're in a must-win, you want to get those positions where there's an opportunity to go wrong for both players. As the former, very former world champion Mikhail Tal said, you want to drive your opponent into that wild forest of complications where 2 + 2 is equal to 5 and the path out is wide enough for only one. Are those the positions that PBG Alaska Knights are hoping for tonight?
Irina.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say that, like, one of the things that works in Gukesh's favor is that MVL is a little bit more predictable in his opening repertoire, so it could be a chance for Gukesh to bring some deeper prep, because he kind of knows exactly what MVL likes to play. So it'll be interesting to see his approach. Will he go straight for the theoretical lines, or is he going to try to take him into something quieter and let the game develop in a slower way?
It's going to be all eyes on the icon board as Gukesh takes on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We've set the stage for you. The players have entered the building. The matches are about to begin. A huge, huge one for the PBG Alaska Knights to keep their hopes alive in Season 3 of the Global Chess League. The only thing left to do is to get the chess started, and that's exactly where we go on the other side of this break.
And in the second match today, let us welcome the first team. Watch them leap when others walk straight. Unpredictable nights. They don't take the bait. Please welcome PBG Alaska Knights.
Spotlights burning through the night, legends stepping into the light. Crowds roar like a rising tide, biggest stars standing side by side.
Let's welcome the players, starting with the reigning World Cup champion, Gukesh Dommaraju, Arjun Erigesi, Lenia Dominguez, Katerina Lagno, Sara Khadem, Daniel Darda, and their coach, Swayams Mishra. Just like the city, this team knows how to turn the setbacks into comebacks. Please give it up for Upgrad Mumbai Masters! Let's start with welcoming the players. Maxime Vashiolagrav, Wesley So, Shakriyar Mamedirao, reigning World Women's Rapid Champion, Koneru Hampi, Harika Dronavalli, Bardia Daneshwar, along with their coach, Hari Krishna. Please give it up for all the players playing in match number 2 today. All the best. You can take your votes. And now for the first move, I would like to call upon Mr. Ronnie Screwwala, along with Mr. Badri Srinivasan, GM ITS Microsoft. Joining them is Mr. Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director.
And welcome everyone to this amazing encounter between the PBG Alaskan Knights and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. We have the team owner of the Mumbai Masters team playing H4 and A5. Whoa! Deadly opening there. Joining me is none other than Sahil Tiku bhai. Hello, Sahil bhai.
Yo, Sagar bhai. I think game बहुत ही spicy. We can already see pawns on the corner being moved, breaking the principles of the game. So we can expect something interesting in this game.
Yeah. Unlikely that would happen. And a handshake on the board of Katrina Lagno and Koneru Hampi and Sara Khadem and Harika also shake hands as they begin their game with D4. The stage is set, guys. 6 boards are set. And Sahil bhai, let's head over to Hampi versus Katrina Lagno as that game has begun. Guys, remember there's a staggered start. We start with 2 games, and then the next 2, and then the final 2. Everything happens after a couple of minutes. But Sahil bhai, firstly, a huge congratulations. Just got married. So just feeling good.
Yeah, celebrating my honeymoon right at the GCL. And Sagar bhai, I must say, while the games start, the other players even feel the tension. Sometimes the players don't even sit at the chair. Yeah? They'll get up, start moving because they feel the tension in their bones. And right now, a very interesting opening already. Wow, and we can see A6 on the board, controlling that important B5 square. And what do you make of this position, Sagar bhai? It feels like White has the center. White is doing pretty well.
Yeah, this is a very interesting line that Koneru Hampi has played, and H4.
Sagar bhai, H4 happened, yeah, in the ceremonial move. It was supposed to happen, and it's happening right now. H5 incoming.
Yeah, H4, H5 will be played in this position. This is looking quite interesting and exciting as we go to the other games here. Arjun Erigesi shakes hands with Wesley So. And we have Shakriyar Mamedyarov and Lenier Dominguez.
This is going to be extremely exciting, and Saga would love to get your opinion. The standings dictate that Gukesh and his team at the bottom of the table. Do they do something different in this round, or do they continue with their strategy?
I think they should just play some good, solid chess. But it's not going to be easy. I'm actually quite hoping that they are able to come up with their best chess as that would throw open the tournament if they won. And here we see Arjun Erigesi playing what he's usually playing these days. This very solid Queen's Gambit declined and somehow letting the black bishop come out and then chasing it with his knight.
Yeah, that bishop is very important. And now bishop can come to d3. So I have that active diagonal towards the black king. So knight h4, very, very logical.
So bishop comes to d3 and he's trying to put pressure on this diagonal.
You know, my gut tells me this is going to be the comeback game for Gukesh and team PBG Alaska Knights suffering. But I think they have Gukesh, they have Arjun, they have Dominguez, they have Katir Lagno. Some very, very strong players who can just win the games.
Right. And by the way, guys, the top board clash about to begin.
Let's go! Important game. Handshakes. Let's go. 20 minutes on the clock. E4 by Daniel Jarda and E5. Solid opening choice. And we see Gukesh playing there. Very interesting move. Ooh. Takes on D5. Bishop comes to G5. A different version of the Queen's Gambit declined. And now Bishop E7 unplaying that knight.
Yeah, right now, let's go to this top board, Gukesh versus Maxime. And as you said, it is the Queen's Gambit declined with Bishop E7 and E3. A very good choice for Gukesh.
Ooh, the Bishop dropping back to F4. Usually you put it back to H4, Sagabai. What do you think is Gukesh's idea here with Bishop F4?
Well, this Bishop is on a good diagonal here. And I think just get your knight out, the bishop out to d3, castles, and all that Gukesh has to do here is not go wrong. In the opening, just stay solid. He has a small opening edge and c5 played. And by the way, guys, c5 is not the most common move in such positions. You do go for like this c6 setup generally, not in this move order, but c5, very, very direct way to play.
And risky for two reasons. First of all, the pawn on d5, once this trade happens, could be isolated. Tanha pawn on d5. And also the bishop on e7 has already moved. Now, you know, MVL might say, okay, your bishop has also moved twice, so maybe it is okay. But still, regardless, a risky choice from black.
Yeah, it definitely is. But now the knight can come out very quickly on c6. The bishop can come out on e6 and f5. So a very decent opening here for MVL. Let's see how Gukesh responds. And you can see Gukesh is surprised here. I think he didn't prepare specifically for this line today. And MVL may have gotten the first opening surprise.
Yeah, surprises do matter. We only have 20 minutes on the clock. In a classical game, you can sit down for 20 minutes and try to figure out what went wrong. But in a rapid game, it's somehow difficult. And Gukesh trying to contemplate his choices. Already 1 minute behind on the clock.
Yes, he brings his knight out. Knight comes to c6. And he's still thinking here about what to play. And meanwhile, there's one game where, you know, the PBG Alaskan Knights would be wanting to strike, and that is board number 4 between Katrina Lagno, who has just sacrificed an exchange. Look at this, what happened, Sahilbhai.
Wow.
After knight f6, h5, knight takes h5, and boom, rook takes.
You know, this is a line even from the London system, knight f6 structures. You often just take that. You don't even think twice. Grab that knight. Queen comes to h5 on the same diagonal as your king. You castle queenside. Black is not developed. And white will have a very, very strong attack. Ye game mushkil lag rahi hai.
Yeah, takes here. Queen takes h5. And guys, Koneru Hampi, if we can zoom in on this board, she is in some trouble, I would say, already out of the opening.
Yeah, and you can see the clock situation as well. 3 minutes behind, more than that actually. I think, and where do you put the black king? You know, the king side जाएंगे तो bishop d3, e5, rook h1, that's dangerous. Queen side जाएंगे तो बीच में भाई 3 piece ऐसा कम है, वो 3 निकालते निकालते सांस निकल जाएगी. So I think this is a very difficult choice, and time pressure could be also a reason जहाँ पे, you know, it could be a factor later on in the game. So as of now, Lagno in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. This is trouble time here. And what do you think here should be Hampi's move after queen h5? What should she do here?
Yeah, I'm wondering, I would love to kind of attack the queen, right? Knight d7, knight f6, but she chooses a solid choice with pawn to e6. Has pros and cons. Aapne apna bishop c8 ka block kar diya. But you also prepare for all white attacks, right? Knight d5 possible nahi hai. And your queen can come into the game now. Queen f6, for example. Queen g6 offering that trade. So Hampi wants to keep things flexible. And now see, e5 immediately breaking in the center. You know, Lagno knows I have the initiative. I have to use it right now.
Yeah, well, E5 is on the board, and this is excellent play here by Katrina Lagno. She's showing why she is one of the best speed chess players on the planet. And Sailbai moving on to a game that seems to be also slightly better for white from the opening early days there. Dominguez on board 3 versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. This is a very interesting clash because after the Petrov that happened here, we have this line which is supposed to be very slightly better for white.
And first of all, the Petrov defense. I think ऐसा comeback तो मतलब, you know, हमने किसी अक्षय खन्ना का ही देखा है. That's insane. So it's so much fun to watch here. Petrov and white having the edge. D5, attacking that knight. I think you have to use that pin. Maybe the knight hops into E5. Do you take on F3 first? That's the question.
Ooh. If you go knight E5, there is this check that will come in, and that's not so easy to deal with. So already looking very exciting, this game, very direct. Yesterday, Shakhriyar was losing his game against Pragnananda, but miraculously saved it. And that's what Shak is all about. He's so tricky. He's so dangerous, Sailbai.
You know, we asked certain players, who is a player in the event who would sack a piece for the vibes, for the fun of it? And Shak was the #1 answer for everyone. So, you know, stay ready. Fireworks could begin any second now.
Absolutely. And by the way, going back to our icon board, Gukesh versus MVL. And we see that the isolated position, isolated queen pawn position has happened, as you had mentioned, Sailbai.
Yeah, and now that D4 square, वो square इतना important है. If white can, you know, put a piece there, control it, I think कहीं ना कहीं पे white की advantage हो सकती है. But Queen A4 doesn't feel like a step in the right direction, Sagabhai.
Yeah, just goes to A4, trying to put pressure on the knight and the A7 pawn. Maybe someday the queen would like to switch over to the king side, but maybe black can play a very strong move here, which is queen to B6. And this would give black a very fine position.
Yeah, black के pieces इतने harmonious हैं. The rooks defending each other, and oh, he played it. Wow. So MVL playing some fantastic moves, and let's not forget, every player has that extra incentive, right, to beat the world champion. That's something that goes on your CV. So MVL fighting for that as well. You can see him looking in distance, calculating moves in his mind. He is in the driver's seat right now, and Rook FD1 played.
Yeah, he's playing his rook F to D1, and he's putting pressure here on the D5 pawn. This is a very tough strategic battle, guys, because all the pieces are on the board. This pawn is a bit weak. There are always certain tactics which are in the air. For example, the D5 pawn sometimes falls. Sometimes you play knight E5 trading and then attack here. Sometimes there are many possibilities, but the engine is saying that as of now, black is completely fine.
You know, what I would love to do is somehow play something like knight e5, somehow attack that knight on f6. I feel like black ka king side thoda sa isolated hai, but it's still, you know, it's, yeah, as you can see the bar drop, right? It's not easy.
It's amazing here, by the way. Right now, black to play and win. What is an incredible move. Guys, try to think. It's actually a beautiful idea here, which just goes to show why you had to put your queen here and build up this battery.
Ooh, that's a very clever hint, Sagabhai. Instantly समझ आ गया. And I'm guessing कुछ ना कुछ तो, you know, sacrifice involve हो सकता है यहाँ पे.
Yes, it is. Bishop takes pawn, pawn takes, queen takes, check, and then you pick up the bishop on e5. So have to be super careful here as Gukesh, after rook fd8, he plays knight e2. And now, guys, MVL can jump in with his knight. And already things looking dangerous for the world champion.
And I don't like the queen on a4 now. वो queen के पास squares limited है. King side का access block हो जाएगा knight e4 के बाद. c2 is not a comfortable square, right? Because rook is on c8. So Gukesh has to be careful. Do I want to take on c6, give up that strong bishop? Ideally not. And knight e4.
He plays it by.
Wow.
This guy is super dangerous. He brings his knight to e4. And this is looking not at all good for Gukesh out of the opening. And you know, this is what sometimes lack of confidence does to you, because you are having, you know, half point out of 3 and you're playing a very safe opening, the Queen's Gambit decline, and 15 move mein hi to get into a slightly worse position, that's not common.
That's not common for Gukesh, especially. Look at MVL. He's not even worried about the position, relaxing, looking at the other games. He's very comfortable in his skin right now, and that's the real red flag. That, you know, sometimes आप position खेलते हो, नई position होती है, पता नहीं होता. यहाँ पे MVL understands it very well. Look at him. He's looking at other players. He's very, very happy with this position.
Yeah, he's just trying to check, भाई दूसरे board पे हो क्या रहा है? Is my team doing well? Is the upgrade Mumbai Masters doing well here? And I think his attention is on the board of Katrina Lagno and Humpy. Should we look at that one?
Let's go. MVL उनकी तरह बैठा होता नहीं, पेपर खत्म हो जाता स्कूल में, and then आप बाकी का दोस्तों का देखते भाई तेरा हुआ क्या वैसे ही बैठे हैं. So let's have a look at that game, and wow.
Man, Katrina Lagno seems to be not only going to help her team, but she might get the first win for PBG Alaskan Knights as a player. मतलब वो लोग एक भी game तक नहीं जीते. Forget about the match.
And I have a question, Sagar. So let's say, you know, the teams are playing and a couple of players from your team win. Do you think that's going to boost your morale?
100%. When a team player wins, you already start thinking mentally we are 3 points ahead. It's a huge feeling. And so Katrina, if she manages to beat Humpy quickly, it will be a huge boost. Guys, look at this. Pawn push to f4, knight h3, knight f4 aa raha hai, bishop d3. It's all looking very, very promising for white here.
Knight g5, bishop g5, bishop d3. I mean, where does the black king go? If you play bishop d7, for example, as black, knight g5, it's not that easy to defend that f7 pawn. You can't even castle, right? Because दो piece white के attack कर रहे हैं. So black का task बहुत difficult. I would say जो plus 1.5 वाला, I think it's maybe practically even worse.
Yeah, true. So this one looking really good for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Humpy, although, is a big fighter. She doesn't give up easily, but she's doing well. And one more board where the Knights are doing well is Daniel Darda on the Prodigy board is getting better against Daneshwar Bardia. भाई आज तो लग रहा है टीम एकदम जोश में आई है.
सागर भाई वो diagonal देखो एक बार. Bishop b2, queen coming to c3. I mean, the black king is wondering, take 5 of my moves, just put that pawn on f6 or some other place, yeah? That diagonal is so dangerous, and I think it's going to be very difficult practically to defend long term.
Yeah, the knight is hanging, and if you bring the knight back, my queen enters in, and this is looking so dangerous, although we must not let the black pieces form a blockade. So I have to do it a bit carefully here.
True. And as of now, both players thinking time is roughly balanced. So very interesting position on the board. We can see queen to e7 played. See, already practically not easy for black to play this.
Yeah, not at all easy here. Queen to e7. He plays this, attacks the knight on e7. Let's have a look at perhaps a small shot, by the way, while we are analyzing the game, of the fan park that's happening here. Lot of activities are happening.
And you know, the energy outside is always amazing. You know, there's a simul going on. It's so much fun to watch. We can see there a simul going on. Players, I think that's Jospam, right?
Yeah, that's Jose Martinez, who is making his moves super quickly. I think he's going to finish his simul in less than an hour, you know. Yesterday, we did see some simuls lasting very long. And by the way, inside the field of play, you can see that people are enjoying the commentary. It's a very big innovation that they have brought in here, where people can see the players and also enjoy the commentary, Sahil.
Yeah, it is electric atmosphere inside the hall. I've been there shooting some content, and I can tell you it's a vibe, it's an experience. You know, मैं भी balcony से देख के आया. I was like, भाई मैं मूवी देख रहा हूँ यार बालकनी में बैठ के. अलग ही एक्सपीरियंस है. So do visit on site. It's always fun to watch. Commentary सीधा आपके headphones में आप सुन सकते हो. Players सामने हैं. And you know that we even saw Anish and the team do Namaste once, I think.
Yes.
तो वो बहुत बढ़िया था.
It was amazing. And by the way, so while this is a good position for Daniel Darda here, let's quickly head over to our icon board between Gukesh and MVL and see what's happening. The last move that Gukesh played was not a very happy one, but Sahil bhai, things are becoming exciting here. Imagine you take the bishop. Now, of course, I don't want to take with the pawn, but I'll take with the knight, and then my knight can enter into these squares, and suddenly the black king is all lonely.
Yeah, there is potential for white. You know, Bachpan mein, when you start playing chess, if you're a beginner, the first thing they tell you is don't push pawns in front of your king because it weakens your king. The objective of the game is to checkmate the king. So don't move those pawns. But as an expert, you can decide, okay, I think it's enough compensation for me to do this. And now g5, if you take the bishop, which is very tempting, by the way, Saga bhai, wo bishop dikh raha hai. Marne ka man kar raha hai usko.
नहीं भाई, वो वापस चला गया bishop e7, and I think he's freed up this square for the knight. So imagine that you make a move like king h2 here, suddenly knight c5, and the queen can no longer stay in touch with the bishop. It can't come here, and on any of these two squares, it runs into a discovered attack by the knight.
Yeah, that's a tough one. And Gukesh, of course, under pressure right now. You know, he's the world champion. He's on the icon board. He wants to lead the team with example right now, wondering what can he do. 12 minutes each. Time pressure is not far away.
Yeah, so Gukesh slightly worse, but who is slightly better? Let's go to board number 2, Arjun Erigaisi. Well, today he seems to have got his thing rolling here. His knight, bishop, rook, everything is well positioned here. Look at this rook on an open file. The knight jumping in, Sailbai, a very good position for Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, and look at the knights on f6 and g7. I, for a second, thought there was a bishop on g7. That's an awkward placement for the knight. But agree with you. I think knight on c5 looks amazing. I have the e file under control. a4 getting more space. So Arjun looks like he's doing pretty well.
Right, and knight is coming to e5 here. There will be pressure on f7. He pushes his pawn to a4. I think today Arjun can try and beat Wesley, so he has a very good position as of now. Talking about good positions, let's go to the game of Lenier Dominguez versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He's just snatched a pawn on b7, and white is again very slightly better because of this pawn structure. You know, these are weak pawns.
Yeah, and I think it's all about development. If I, as white, can put the bishop on e3, I can develop my rooks quickly, I will have a long-standing advantage here with those weak pawns, as you Saga mentioned. So I think it's more about momentum from black. He has to create that initiative. But I mean, it's Mamedyarov we're talking about.
Yeah.
Initiative of Mamedyarov, always go in the same line.
True. And by the way, a big news coming in. We have Harika Dronawali, the upgrade Mumbai Masters team, on board number 5. She is slightly better now. She's pushing with the black pieces. It might be one of the few games in this match where black has taken over the initiative here. Sailbai, these pawns could become weak. The king is coming under some sort of an attack.
And it's not easy. When you have that bishop on g2, it's very hard sometimes to attack the enemy king, but black is doing it so well. Harika in the flow right now. Time situation also, both players under 10 minutes. I sense a twist, another twist here, could go either way. And this is the game where you could completely collapse in one move. Yeah, pawn on f4 coming to f3 potentially.
Yeah, the pawn could jump in right now, or the queen could move to f7, then threatening f3. And white would never want to take here, because if you take, your king becomes weak, my queen starts to enter, so that's something you never want.
Yeah, true. And also the h pawn still remaining. So very, very interesting position. Meanwhile, is there a game, Sagabai, where we have one side is completely winning?
Right now, that's Katrina Lagno. On board number 4, she's totally winning against Koneru Hampi. If we can show that board number 4 between Katrina Lagno and Koneru Hampi. This is the position, and on the video, if we can get Lagno.
Sagabai, white can play this in bullet chess. You give white 1 minute and black 7 minutes, nothing would change, I think, for the next 10 moves. It's such a comfortable position. I mean, all pieces, such naturally developed here. The queen on h5 looks magnificent. And how do you castle? First of all, I already have a hook on a6 for some cases. And second, queen comes to e7. It's just very, very cramped for black. You're kind of begging for mercy here, which is not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, can we have a look at Katrina Lagno here? She's played right now such a beautiful game. There we have it. And now Hampi's last move, she wanted to release some tension in the position. She plays bishop b5, but Sailbai, this is over if Katrina Lagno finds the move f5.
Oh.
I mean, it's such a big strike here. This is hanging, and if you take here, well, bishop f5, and it's
Over, yeah.
curtains.
I mean, e6 incoming, knight f7 incoming, the bishop on b5 looks very active, but if you look at it optically, what's it
कुछ
doing?
भी नहीं कर
Nothing.
रहा है. Nothing. It's doing nothing. Let's quickly go to Gukesh game on the icon board now. We have Domaraju Gukesh versus MVL, and Gukesh's structure has been spoilt here after bishop e7. He went knight d4, takes, 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 and takes. And you can see that the structure has become incredibly complex here because white has doubled pawns, isolated pawns, black has an isolated pawn, an outpost for the knight. But if there's someone who's better, it is black.
Absolutely agree. First of all, the bishop pair also, black's king might be weak, but the king side structure is very solid. These pawns on e3 and g3 kind of give you this impression that the bishop on f6 is going to be the star piece of this game if black eventually wins. So Gukesh has to be very, very careful with any further advances.
Yeah, Gukesh must play carefully here. If he can get a draw from this position, it can really help his team because, you know, Katrina Lagno on board 4, she's pressing, guys. So that's great news for the PBG Alaskan Knights. Meanwhile, Harika is pressing for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. So it's good news for the opposing team. I don't know. By the way, when two players are pressing, it's always the team that has the black pieces who's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look at the 6 boards that we have here. And you can see that while many of the games are around the equal mark with the bars, just the bottom left board is where Katrina Lagno is winning, and the middle board in the bottom is where black is better. That's Harika's board.
Yeah, so, you know, the Alaskan team would say, let's stop the count right here, right now. We'll take this result because they need that to win Sagabhai. Not a single win on their belt. They want to win this. And if we can go to this last board there, I see question mark with queen to c4. What do you make of that?
Wow. So this was the board where, you know, black was doing quite okay, had to go to h4. But, you know, we discussed this, Sahil. This game, although black is what? Just count the pawns. I can't even believe it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And white has only 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 pawns down. Yet, white is better. This means that Daniel Darda is going to have great chances.
Yeah, practically, I think white is going to have amazing chances. Absolutely agree, Sagar. And also the only question is, can the queen enter the game? Right now, it's on b1, which is not ideally where you want to put it.
You know, what did Daniel Darda play today, Sahil, in this game? If we look through the opening, he played something which is similar to this knightified d4. And, I mean, look at this.
Oh, wow.
He just played a wild game.
Wow. This has to be prep, yeah?
Gone completely wild.
Wow, insane game. By the way, jumping to game number 5, maybe I think we might be very close to a result there.
Maybe not so close. It's still quite a complex game. You can see that Sara Khadem is putting pressure on b7 and the knight on d3 is protecting these 2 pawns. So I do get this feeling that black is better, but white is hanging on. It still can be something that, you know, can go in Sara's favor.
Absolutely. First of all, b7 pawn pay, 3 attacks you have to defend somehow because white is kind of avoiding black's attack by kind of preemptively attacking that pawn. Second, whenever you take that knight on d3 to grab that pawn on e5, white's queen could potentially come into g6 later. So it's not an easy trade for black to just grab that pawn in some way.
True, true. And so while they are thinking, let's go back to our icon board because Gukesh has managed to stop the difficulties for himself, and I think, guys, this one is going to end in a draw here.
Yeah, I think Gukesh should be satisfied with that result, looking at how risky it was at some point. And that draw, along with that win that could come on board number 4, could be momentum that the team needs.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one, I think a draw is good. So then that means that, you know, you have equality on board 1, maybe equality on board 2, maybe it's all fine on somewhere, you know, the PBG Alaskan Knights have to strike along with Katrina Lagno. Like one more game they need to find. But it's not happening right now. Oh,
wait,
by the
what?
way, huge change. In the Humpy and Lagno game, if we go to board 5, things have shifted incredibly quickly. If we go to board 5, look at this, guys. She played her pawn to f5, good move. Bishop takes d3, and now she found perhaps, sorry, board 4. It's Humpy versus Lagno. Yeah, there we have it. Board 4. And here, instead of taking f takes e6, threatening here, threatening this, threatening the bishop, what did she do? She took here cd3.
Sagar bhai, this was the game in the bag for the team. Suddenly, the match is wide open. Anything can happen now. And you know, it's kind of... in most games, Lagno would find this in a second. I think it's the pressure of playing for the team, right? You have such responsibility. You need to convert this game. And sometimes you can be overcautious in that case.
I mean, it's still quite promising for White Sailbai, but objectively, Humpy is back in the game. And you rightly pointed out, it's the pressure that's making the PBG Alaskan Knights go wrong. They are not able to win a single game.
Yeah, pressure can mount very quickly right now. Humpy wondering, she can probably even sense maybe this wasn't the best move, but now she just has to grab the pawn and she takes it.
Takes it, e6 on the board. This is a huge moment in the game now. e6, and there's only one move, that is queen d6. That needs to be played here for black. If queen comes up to d6, black is doing okay. And look at this. You go queen d6, e takes f7, and does she do it?
Oh, she does it!
Wow! Queen d6 and Koneru Humpy showing her class for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. You can see her face there. The determination on her face is so immense.
Yeah, and that subtle glance at the clock. She's aware of the clock, aware of the position. And such a hard move to find. Queen d6 allowing white to take on f7 with the pawn and check.
And king d7. And then somehow this pawn is going nowhere. Black is an exchange up here. So maybe this could also turn the other way around.
I think many games are turning. You know, there's a tide incoming, and it's very difficult for the PBG Alaskan Knights if we can have a look at all the 6 boards, because I sense a shift suddenly, Sagabai. You can see the bars, couple of games at the bottom right, better for black.
Yeah. Bottom right, Harika better for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. Daneshwar Bardia now better for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. Where is the white point coming from? Maybe on board 3, Lenier Dominguez. Let's go to that one. Yeah, let's quickly check. Lenier Dominguez versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. This one, I mean, it does look slightly better, but it's not so easy.
Yeah, and that A pawn, yeah, I think that's the trick, and black can probably just grab it at some point, and that's going to make it very difficult. Right now, both players under 3.5 minutes for Dominguez. That's also not going to be easy.
By the way, if you take rook takes a2, there is knight takes d6, and then after cd6, you have queen d6, takes, and what an incredible position this is. The knight is lost by all means. You can't go rook a7 because this is controlled. If the knight moves away, it's a mate. If you go back knight f8, I have rook d8 with bishop c5 coming. भाई क्या पोजीशन है?
Subtle difference, yeah. White का pawn h3 पे है, black का नहीं है. एक हल्का सा difference, and the evaluation goes from 0.00 to completely winning.
सब कुछ बदल गया, and guys, the bishop could even come like this. So rook d1, and now it's actually a key moment in this game. Shak must not take the pawn on a2. If he does that, the PBG Alaskan Knights will win that game. Oh, meanwhile, a big one. Arjun Erigaisi on board 2 is winning. He's winning his game against Wesley So. Wow, that was a big shift there.
And Ajubai, by the way, with the pawn on g4, yeah, what a move. Limiting that knight on h6. Usually that's not a good idea, but here, black is absolutely cramped.
Yeah, black is very cramped, and that's the point now. Rook b7, I'm going after your b6 pawn, then the c6 pawn, and this kingside weakening is not really impacting me as white.
Yeah, black doesn't have the piece activation to utilize that right now. Arjun about to play his move. He has almost 4 minutes. I think decent time to convert this. His team needs it really. If he somehow misses the advantage, I think this could be curtains.
Bhai, we have to go to board 4. Katrina, Lagno, Koneru, Humpy. Humpy is better. Oh my goodness, what's happening?
This could be the comeback of the year, Sagar, I think. What a comeback. Putting your king on D7. And suddenly from that blistering attack, black is the one attacking.
Man, I mean, I love it when Humpy does well. I love it when the upgrade Mumbai Masters do well. But for the PPG Alaskan Knights, this was like a point in the bag. You know, like they had +3 advantage after move 15 or 16, and you can sense it from Katrina Lagno's expression. She knows that things are going wrong.
Yeah, this is the morale breaker, so to speak, Sagabai, and they would love that somehow they managed to win this match, but the problem is they have the white pieces. Even if they get 2 wins, 2 losses, they end up losing.
Yeah, that's also a very important point that you mentioned. But this match is super, super exciting. I'll tell you why. Gukesh and MVL is going to end in a draw. If we just go round up, let's go from board 1. Gukesh and MVL. This is equal. This will most likely. Let's look at the boards with the player videos. If we can go from 1 by 1 to the boards, people will get an idea. This one is a draw. They are repeating.
Yeah.
They are repeating. Yeah. They call the arbiter. It's a draw here, guys.
Yeah.
Good result for perhaps both the sides. Okay. By the way, the arbiter comes in, says, are you okay with the draw? A handshake. 1-1 is the score. I think MVL happy he was black. Gukesh happy because he was worse at some point. Okay, board number 2. We go to Arjun Erigaisi. And look at that move. Boom.
भाई मतलब लग रहा है 200 पीस खा सकते हो उस रुक को, but absolutely safe. And white के pieces black के camp में जाके बैठ चुके हैं.
भाई, if I take here, what's happening? If you take and now I wanted to take this pawn, but the knight is hanging.
Ooh.
But I can go knight e5, and then the knight and queen would form a deadly combo against the king. So very good assessment here by Arjun. It has happened here in the game. And guys, Arjun Erigaisi is going to win this. The reason is he's not materially up. The 2 rooks are equal to a queen. But what's happening here, Sahil Bhai, is that the king is too weak. And we have a result coming in on board number 5. Sara Khadem versus Harika. No, it's just game over here. It's the upgrade Mumbai Masters winning here.
Yeah, I think it is totally possible. What a game right now. The king on G2 under a furious attack. Black's queen on F8, rook on F7. Every single black piece is attacking right now. Look at the rook on B2 and B1. Yeah, not really doing much.
Yeah, this one is looking really, really bad for Sara Khadem. Here, she's just not able to find moves for herself. Her time, she has time on the clock, 4 minutes. If she can turn this around, it could be important for her team, but it looks unlikely. It looks unlikely that that happens. And also on the Prodigy board, Daniel Darda. Let's go to board 6. He is losing his game against Daneshwar Bardia.
Ooh, but do you feel there could be a twist somehow with the bishop on d5, bishop on a1? I still have hope for white here, but the problem is the clock. You're behind on the clock as well. So any threats you make, I will have enough time to calculate all your possibilities.
I agree. I agree. Here there is a possibility that things could go wrong for black. And meanwhile, Katrina Lagno winning?
What?
No way. Can we go to that game? Board 4. Big blunder by Koneru Humpy. She played her last move. Is that correct? Rook F6. Is that a broadcast error? Not really. Edge G7, Sahil Bhai.
Wow.
It's an insane move, sacrificing the queen. Rook F6, and then a checkmate coming here. The pawn moving forward, but it's too difficult to find. Do you think she'll find it?
Sagabai, this is the tournament-changing move potentially. If she wins, suddenly the balance shifts, and again, the PBJ could win this match.
Huge moment. Huge moment. Can we go full screen on Katrina Lagno and Humpy? Rook F6 played here, and Lagno has 1 minute 40 seconds to figure this out.
I think she might play it. She might play it, Sagabai. She knows she was losing. Oh! She takes it. Wow! What a sacrifice here. And take pawn on the 7th rank. And now she's completely winning. It's all about execution. She has 1.5 minutes, Sagabai. I think she will do it.
Yeah. Oh no! Wait. She takes the knight, blunders, and misses queen G4. She had to take the rook. Oh! What a turnaround. Insane. insane game, Sahil bhai. Oh.
Wow. This is not good for our blood pressure, Sagar bhai. What a game.
Not just ours, for PBG Alaskan Knights, not good for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. No one, but right now, it's great news for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters as Humpy's winning.
Absolutely. That was the crunch game, right? If they win that, I think they're very likely to convert this match as well and could be like 4-0.
Now Humpy is going to win this. So there you see Katrina Lagno knows that she's blundered. It's a big, big moment. This could have turned around everything. But Humpy now calmly, I don't think there are any more twists here.
This is clinical. This is very easy now.
You are just queen up.
Yeah.
There's nothing, you're queen up.
Yeah, the White King will try to hide on B3 for a while, but I think it's just the G pawn, yeah? You somehow mop it up and it should be over.
Yes, she gives a check. Humpy has 1 minute on the clock. The king comes to B3. Rook goes to G3, stopping the pawn here. It's going to be resignation. There's nothing more happening here. Unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate for Katrina Lagno here. Oh, the rook falls. She's just given up. And
wow, what a match.
What a game by Koneru Humpy, the fighter. Ultimate fighter and the ultimate seesaw game here. And that means the score is 5-1 in the favor of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And one more game that is going to go in the favor of Upgrad Mumbai Masters is Harika winning her game against Sara Kadam. She's totally winning.
This is completely over. Look at the bishop on E3 cutting the White King. Like one check is basically checkmate, Saga bhai.
Exactly. Look at the bishops and the other bishop comes here and the king is like, bhai, main to gaya kam se.
Yeah. Aaj to matlab Humpy Harika. Oh, there's it. What a game.
By Humpy Harika both scoring wins. This is a dream for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters team. So that's 9-1 the scorecard, and now you need wins on all three remaining boards.
Wow.
That's so difficult. Let's go to Dominguez versus Shakhriyar Mamedyarov on board 3. The board 3 here, I don't know what's happening. I think this will most likely end in a draw.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping somehow we see some drama with the 30 seconds on the clock. Anything is possible. Maybe the A pawn somehow conjures up a twist, but
it
tough
takes
one.
the queen, but it's a draw now. Oh, it's a perpetual. It's a perpetual here. Check with the knight. He gave up his queen to make a forced draw here. Knight F1, and I think Shakhriyar is... What is he doing, Shakhriyar? Why is he not finishing? Like,
I think he's looking at the other game, Saga. He's trying to make sure his team has won, maybe.
Draw. So that's a draw, and Upgrad Mumbai Masters have clinched it.
Yeah, they have.
Because score is 10-2. And 2 more games going. Even if Arjun wins, which is looking unlikely now on board 2 if we go to it, he will only be able to muster up 3 points. And actually, Daneshwar Bardia is winning on board number 6. So that's going to be another 4 points. That's going to be 14 points for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters.
Not only is that a crushing win, a crushing loss for the PBG Alaskan Knights, also, Saga bhai, it's like we saw few results go your way, one suddenly twist. All the players are always looking at the screen, by the way. Every player always checking the screens. You sense momentum shifting. You suddenly feel more pressure on yourself to win that game, and you don't play your best chess. So somehow, this is a very interesting event. Aapki psychology or moves, dono a game pe aani chahiye.
Kya baat hai? I think you hit the nail on the head. This is a big loss. And guys, the PBG Alaskan Knights not only slump to their 4th straight defeat match-wise, we are still searching for that one win from a player. Bhai, unke abhi tak ek bhi player ne ek win nahi ki. Bhai, Arjun should try it here. I mean, even if it's not, because one more game that's going on is Daniel Darda versus Daneshwar Bardia. If we go to the 6th board, guys, Daneshwar is just going to win this, it seems. But, ek minute, bhai. Look at the queen and bishop lined up. There's another bishop. I don't know if it's so easy.
Wait, ek check chahiye bas. Ek check, it's over, yeah? And by the way, imagine a team where you have Gukesh on board 1, Arjun on board 2, Dominguez on board 3, Lagno board 4. Like, it's such a strong team and they don't have a single win. That's insane.
Yeah. No, I can't believe it, guys. This is like totally unacceptable what's happening here for the team. Bishop F3. And look at the Upgrad Mumbai Masters dugout. Humpy is looking so serious. So Hari Krishna calmly looking at the game. And let's go to board number 2. Arjun Erigaisi was winning, but something happened here. He's winning. So at this point, maybe Arjun gets the first win for the PBG Alaskan Knights, or maybe not. Maybe not. भाई इनके नसीब में एक win लिखा है कि नहीं?
नहीं भाई, नसीब बदलेगा एक win. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. King coming to G4.
He's winning.
Oh,
Black
my
is
God.
winning.
Wow.
Black is winning.
I cannot believe this. That's insane, Saga bhai. What a
And
turnaround.
Arjun loses. He loses the game. He loses on time.
Wow. Can we go full screen for a moment? Arjun cannot believe it.
Arjun Erigaisi, you've never seen him like this. What's happening?
Sagar bhai, it's momentum. It's momentum. When you see your teammate lose, you feel things are not gonna go our way again. Then you complicate matters in the game. And we saw that reaction from Arjun. He just lifted up his hand. Okay, what's happening?
Yeah, this is lost. Let's go to board number 6. Daniel Darda here, hoping for some miracle here, but that's not happening. Daneshwar Bardia is going to score another win for the Upgrade Mumbai Masters. The score will be 18-2.
Is that the biggest difference?
Yes.
Wow.
There was a 17, I think, score that was done. That was also done by Mumbai. Oh, and he blunders the rook. And there's no mate here. Resignation. And Daneshwar Bardia scores a win. We have 4 wins for the Upgrade Mumbai Masters. That gives them 16 points, 2 draws. That's 2 more points, 18-2. Oh my God.
This is demolition, Saga bhai, and what a statement by the Upgrade Mumbai Masters. Yeah, 18-2 and winning almost so many games with the black pieces and completely twisting the tail, right, to what we think thought at the start.
Yeah, and look at this. The Upgrade Mumbai Masters have won it. It's the huge win for them. So many game points. And they will be moving beyond 50 game points. That's really impressive as Hari Krishna signs it, smiles on the face of Harika, Humpy, Wesley. So, bhai, yahi to moments ke liye maza, matlab you are waiting for it as a team.
Yeah, you know, suddenly वो camaraderie बढ़ती है, and on the other hand, you can see, you know, दूसरी टीम में थोड़ा सा ऐसे एक वो सहमा हुआ सा माहौल है वहाँ पे. Nobody's happy.
सहमा hua sa is such an understatement. It's like the mood in the team.
On the top of stage.
Look at this. By the way, MVL, Mamidyaro, Daneshwar Bardia, everyone so happy. Let's check what's happening in PBG Alaskan Knights there. I mean, that team there, they are just like, we want to just get out from here. By the way, Sahil bhai, I was just checking. Team with 6 wins can still make it to 2nd place. It happened last year. The team. So it's like, you know, they are not out yet, but almost there. They have put their 1 foot out of the door.
Yeah, यहाँ पे calculator निकाल के calculations करनी पड़ेगी, Sagar bhai. I think from the player's perspective, just play great chess. Just somehow find that momentum to strike back, and maybe the tide can turn.
By the way,
final result of
by the
today.
way, let's go and hear what the chief arbiter has to say.
Second match of 4th day. The Mumbai Masters won 3-0 match points against Alaskan Kings. And result for match points, game points is 18-2. We congratulated the winner team, invited all players to shake a hand.
I think, Sahil bhai, in this one, the player of the match award should go to Harika, I believe. She played the most smooth game. She definitely did not put a foot wrong. And I think she really made sure that the Upgrade Mumbai Masters get those 4 points on board number 5.
Absolutely. Tough choice, but yeah, I think that was a very smooth game, and that attack on the king side was, you know, F4. It's such a strong attack from the display by Harika. And overall, 18-2.
Yeah,
wow.
18-2, and there you see Gukesh and Arjun talking to each other. Lenier Dominguez all alone. He had a good game today. He drew, and Sara Khadem, Daniel Darda. Meanwhile, the Upgrade Mumbai Masters upbeat there. Shark smiling, Harika smiling there. Humpy has a nice smile on her face. And this is really, really huge. And look at Hari there, and Suhel Chandok and Ronnie Screwwala. They're the owners of the team. This is so nice for Ronnie Screwvala. You know, he came today and he's like, the boys and girls have done it.
Yeah, आज का team dinner बहुत ही exciting होगा सागर भाई. I would love to be there, but yeah, I don't know how the PBG Alaska Knights strike back. That's going to be tough for sure. But yeah, 18-2. Wow.
And 18-2 is the score, and it's time for us to go for a short break. And on the other side, we'll come back.
Come on guys, hurry up. अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं. Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
You Mumbai, new champions of season 2015.
Table tennis season 6 winner, you Mumbai TT. Some moments deserve something extraordinary. Melted Joy's limited edition assorted box. Crafted dark chocolate, naturally sweetened, made to share, made to savor. Celebrate the game. Celebrate yourself.
Come on guys, hurry up.
अरे सुनना, एक ब्रेक ले लेते हैं.
Guys, I'm telling you, तुम लोगों को सही से ट्रैकिंग नहीं आता. But that's okay, you can learn. रोज का ढक्कन देना. तो ये रेड वाला है, सही वाला देना.
अबे ढक्कन. पहले तो सही पानी पीना.
Manikchand Oxyrich, proudly Indian.
And the Upgrad Mumbai Masters are all the way up after an 18-2 smashing victory against the PBG Alaskan Knights. And to reward the player of the match, it's not going to be easy to choose one. We head over to Arohi.
This game was the definition of the comeback must be stronger than the setback. 18-2, an amazing victory for the home team here. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 11, played between the PBG Alaskan Knights and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us this evening is Mr. Suhail Chandok, CEO, Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and the player of the match award goes to Harika Dronawali from Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Harika, congratulations. What a flawless win today. Right from the start, you were in the dominating position and you took it right to the end.
Yeah, it was a tense moment in between because also like there is a lot of team pressure, right? Like I want to do well for the team. So when I was ticking down on the clock and couldn't figure out the winning plan, I was slightly tensed. I wasn't sure like how much better I was. But then finally I found some tricks and I think, yeah, it went on clean game. But more than that, I'm happy that our team won back again after yesterday's hard luck. So.
Was your attention also on the other boards? Because there were quite a few turntables, especially Humpy, if you saw her play.
I didn't get time to see the other games, but I know that from black especially, one win would matter a lot. So my game would definitely be important. So I knew that if I win, like it can be like easily better for the team as from winning with black. So I was just focused on my game and I didn't see anyone's.
Well, what a comeback the Mumbai Masters have had today after the setback that you had in the last game. But tell me this, how's it playing alongside your friend and from a long time, Humpy?
It's been already 3 years we are playing from Mumbai, for Mumbai Masters. We all became like a family, and this year, like even Haryana is as captain for the team. So yeah, it feels good, especially being player of the match, and then I'm getting this from my own team, Suhail. Yeah, it feels good. Like for today, it's a good day, so I'm happy to finish today on this note.
Harika, one tough question. What did the team have for breakfast today?
I think no one knows about anything about each other. Yeah, like.
But absolutely stunner of a performance from the entire team. Congratulations. In Mumbai, we call this performance something of a makhan performance because it was that smooth.
Thank you. Yeah, every day it's going to be a tough one. Like we just want to give our best. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. That is it from the presentation ceremony of match number 11. We'll be back with the last match of the evening. Stay tuned.
Yeah, and we will have whatever it is that the Upgrad Mumbai Masters are having, because this team can't stop winning. What a rebound victory this has been. And for Harika, who's been part of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters squad from the very first season, it's got to feel special to get that Player of the Match award. For Ronnie and Suhail, a very proud moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think today the Upgrad Mumbai Masters team had come totally here, like, you know, Suhail was there. Even in the first game in the crowd, he was watching everything. And to see all this unfold right in front of his eyes would be so, so special.
And an 18-2 victory. That is as smashing as it gets. I think it's the biggest margin that we've had since season 1 of the Global Chess League. The biggest margin. We've been talking about the importance of game points. This is beyond dominating as a performance. I mean, how do the PBG Alaskan Knights even start recovering from here, Irina?
Yeah, well, you know, the phrase, when it rains, it pours, it comes to mind in this situation for the PBG Alaskan Knights. We got to say the actual situation in the match was never as bad as it looks on paper. I wouldn't say they just got blown out of the water. Arjun Erigaisi was doing well against Wesley So. He had the queen against the rook and the knight. Somehow it turned against him. Katerina Lagno was beating Humpy Kaneru and lost like a winning position that she was winning out of the opening. And those two games made a big difference.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, somehow they just haven't won a single game yet. 24 games in.
It's unbelievable. Not a single game on a single board, let alone match victories. Shocking result for the PBG Alaskan Knights, for whom the nightmare continues. And that means our leaderboard is shaping up well for everybody else but the Alaskan Knights there. And take a look at that. Upgrad Mumbai Masters, 51 game points. They're running away on every single board, coming down to each player showing up for a team as a whole there. 51 game points, 9 match points there. Alpine SG Pipers with 2 back-to-back victories have climbed up the leaderboard. And there we see throughout neck-to-neck battle for that 2nd to 5th spot, all the teams tied with 6 match points. And for the PBG Alaska Knights, the less said, the better right now.
Can I throw out a trivia question for you guys about the Upgrad Mumba Masters? What do all the players of that team have in common?
Ooh.
Except the final board. Let's leave that out of the equation.
What do they have in common?
Yes, they have something in common. It makes
Apart
their
from
team
being
special.
extremely strong players.
Exactly.
What is it that's adding the secret ingredient, the secret sauce in this team, Sagar?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about MVL, Wesley So,
Shakrar Mamedyarov,
Humpy and Harika.
They have something in common.
Yes. That no other team has, in fact, in this league. So it's kind of an interesting thing. Now, you wouldn't necessarily think that this would give them an advantage. But here's the thing. All of those 5 players are in their 30s.
Ooh.
And that is quite special in a game that is dominated by young players. So they basically have this mix of experience, right? Which was not always like an advantage in chess to be older. It can certainly be a disadvantage, but it's working out for them.
Wow, so experience on all boards except the Prodigy one, and here as well, Bardya Daneshwar getting it done for the Upgrad Mumba Masters. But it was the women board, Irina, who really stole the show. Both victories. Yes, it could have gone anyway, but at the end, what matters is who's the last woman standing.
Exactly, and I think Harika deservedly won the most valued player prize because she did very well with the black pieces. She was always doing well from the opening and putting Sarah under pressure.
Yeah, I think on the Superstar men board, you had Wesley So beating Arjun Erigaisi, and that one was some gritty play by Wesley. He was lost at some point, but he didn't give up. He won, and Dominguez did push a bit, but Shakhriyar Mamedyarov was quite solid. The game ended in a draw.
It was fight all along, but the only ones coming on top were the Upgrad Mumba Masters, and on the icon board still for Gukesh, winless in the tournament. He drew his match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That gets his score to 1 out of 4. And I want to ask you guys, is there still any glimmer of hope alive for the Knights to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel? Will there be day for the Knights?
You know, I thought if they lost today, they would be out. But, you know, Irina showed me the stats, as always.
As usual.
And she told me there's still some hope.
Yes, I mean, if they get to 6 points out of 10, so basically have to win 6 matches, there's still a chance for them to qualify. But that would mean that they have to win everything from here on out. Not an easy task.
And you know what? There is a team that's done that in the past in the history of the Global Chess League. It happened back in Season 1. Triveni Continental Kings at the bottom of the leaderboard in the group stage for the entirety of the event until the very last day. Sagar, you and I were there commentating, and then the absolute turnaround and went on to become champions.
I think right now, what PBG Alaskan Knights must do is take a phone call Levon Aronian, who was on the icon board of the Triveni Continental Kings, and ask him, what did he do?
Well, that's a call that needs to be made, but right now, iconing the Triveni Continental Kings is Ali Reza Firouzja, and he's up against Vishwanathan Anand. That's the Ganges Grandmasters. The final match of the day is coming up, and you know what's the drill. We first find out the colors with Arohi.
The battle of the mind continues as we meet here again for the toss of match number 12. We have Luke Van Bailey for Triveni Continental Kings along with Vishnu Prasanna for Navitas Solar Ganges Grandmasters. Joining us for the toss, Advocate Sanjay Chadda, Advocate Supreme Court, along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the Tournament Director, and Mr. Ashok, the Chief Arbiter. Vishnu Prasanna will be taking the call. Heads is the call.
Tails. Triveni Continental Kings wins the toss, decided to play white. Thank you.
Triveni won the toss, opted white. Why so?
Well, yesterday the reverse psychology didn't work, so I thought now probably our opponents now today want black, so I take white. So I just wanted to comply with them.
So both of you all are happy with what you all have gotten. However, your team has to make a comeback after the loss yesterday. What are the plans?
Well, you know, we won the first 2 seasons and the first 2 matches, and actually the loss yesterday was kind of a good wake-up call. Both feet back on the ground, and well, we start from scratch again.
As they say, the kings don't forget the crown, so hopefully you'll get this one today and play the best chess that you can.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Happy with black?
Yeah, we'll live with it. I think I was not sure how the shot, so we are prepared for both. So we're happy with black.
So the Grandmasters did win the last game and one more game before that. However, Vishy won his first game and the last game that you all played. I mean, big confidence boost for the team?
Yeah, definitely. We are very happy when Vishy is doing well and the team is high spirits whenever he's in form, and he's a very important part of the team. So yeah, that's a very optimistic thing that we took away from, apart from winning the game. That's definitely an optimistic thing we took away from the game yesterday.
Absolutely. All the best for your game today.
Thank you. Thanks.
That is it from the coin toss, and the news from the centre is that the Triveni Continental Kings have won the toss, opted white.
The Kings will start their rebound battle against the Ganges Grandmasters with the white pieces. Leo Kwanvali, Grandmaster, there saying that, you know, their decision to play black did not work to perfection yesterday. They suffered their first defeat. He wanted to switch things up. A good strategy, you know. You change, you fix what feels slightly broken.
Yeah, I think taking the white pieces is a good idea today. And also Vishnu said that he was happy with black for the Ganges Grandmasters. So both sides pretty happy.
Yeah, well, the Ganges Grandmasters, they're going to go for those 4 points. 4-point wins with the black pieces. And the Triveni Continental Kings are going to have the advantage of the first move, led by their icon board, Alireza Firouzja, who is on 3 points out of 3.
Yeah. Alireza Firouzja on fire, but the team that is absolutely hot in Mumbai, it is the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. Look at them, all smiles there, along with Ronnie Screwwala right there, proud of the team that he's got for so many years. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been the icon, Harika there, Humpy as well, retained by the team, and Suhail, you can see all smiles.
Yeah, this is such a nice day for them, and I think, as you said, Tanya, they're going to celebrate tonight. And also, if you heard Harika, she's like, today is a great day. And I see the chess players like to live from one day to the next day. You know, if one day is good, let's just end it nice, have a nice dinner, sleep well. Tomorrow, anything can happen.
18-2, it's a pretty good day to get those celebrations in for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. But there is a lot of celebration for the fans left, as we've got Alireza Firouzja and Vishwanathan Anand coming up right after this break on the other side.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Campa.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Campa.
Grab the fizz. Campa wali fizz.
To victory against the PBG Alaska Knights as the fans line up with their favorite players. This is the home team. It's the upgrade Mumbai Masters, you can call them. And there we see Shakhriyar, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What a moment it is for these youngsters to come to the Royal Opera House and get this opportunity.
Yeah, I think this is just the most amazing thing that can happen. And there we have the next matchup coming up. Triveni Continental Kings takes on the Ganges Grandmasters.
And this is going to feature the matchup that I've been looking forward to. I said it was my favorite one of the day between the superstar Ali Reza Firouzja and the five-time world champion Vishy Anand.
That is going to be on the icon board, Arena. I know you've been excited about it from the start of the day and what a battle that will be. But it's not just there. You know, we've spoken about just how much each and every board matters. So we're going to do our favorite thing. We're going to take everyone through across, starting from our Prodigy board. We've seen matches get decided on that board, as well as the Women's Superstar board. With this one, I just want to say Ronak Sadhwani has been fantastic in this tournament so far. He had such a nightmare on that first day with a one-move blunder, and since then, there's been no stopping this youngster.
Yes, and that is why I'm going to give him the edge on the board for the Ganges Grandmasters. I do like Ronak's time management. I like his sort of approach in the opening to just get a position. And, oh, here we go. Here's the flag. Yes, Ganges Grandmasters gets the edge for me.
Yeah, for me, I think I agree with you that Raunak is the small favorite here because Marc-Andrea Morizzi was so winning against Volodar Murzin, right, in that game. And I think that would impact him a bit. So for me as well, it's Raunak on the Prodigy board.
The Prodigy board, Ganges Grandmasters given the advantage. And we're going to just rewind a little bit about the last match because one player we did not speak about who had a big role to play is the team captain, Hari Krishna, for the Upgrade Mumbai Masters. You know, he's been a youth support and right now he is with Arohi. Hari, tell us, how do you do it?
Pick it up from that. How do you do it?
Well, my players actually do it. I mean, jokes apart, we have good team spirit, which you could see from the last two matches when some of the players are in difficult situation, the others are fighting, even though they could just make draw and walk away. So that's something I like really about the team, and we are having nice time here.
Well, if we talk about today's play, we had Hampi, Harika play some exceptional game today, both in their own ways, but Harika in the post-match did mention the trio that you are and how well it has worked out for all of you. Your thoughts on that?
Well, so it's nice. We have a good team bonding and understanding. I mean, I was a little bit worried about Hampi's position initially, but she fought back and she played most practical way and she fought back. So that's one thing. And also Bardia, actually, I think he was quite hungry. He took a lot of pawns in the game. But you know, he was defending against all the mate threats. So it's wonderful to see the match.
So I did speak to you at the toss, and I wanted to ask about how the conversation went in before, because you wanted to get back from a loss, and now you're playing this game. Tell me, what is the conversation going to be like tonight?
What to eat?
And what is going to be the answer to that?
I don't know. Well, basically, it's the same thing. Just to, I mean, the match is over, so we just relax a little bit for this evening, and then start preparing tomorrow for next match. It's pretty much same, I think, every match. I don't believe in too much analyzing the match once it's over.
Absolutely. It's time to relax, rewind, and celebrate. I will not keep you away from your team. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Grandmaster Hari Krishnan, absolute star of a player himself, was part of the gold medal winning team in the Budapest Olympiad there, and now proving to be an absolute gold star coach for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters. And again, he spoke about the incredible team spirits, the team camaraderie that exists between the players over there. Good mood? Good chess?
I'm still curious to know, how did they decide on getting Hari as the coach? It's such a good move. Like the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, brilliant job by them.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Hari is also in his 30s, right? So all of the whole team is in that age range, which I think maybe is making it more harmonious. These players go back a long way. They've played against each other for many years. And in this part of their career, they're probably just very friendly with each other.
I love that shout out that you just gave to being 30 and over. That gives Sagar and I some hope, in our diminishing playing career, Sagar.
Although we may never be able to make it to a GCL team.
We'll be in the studio, bringing all of you the action. Well, the action's about to get started, and we take you to the Superstar Women board. You guys said it, Ganges Grandmasters. You give a slight edge on that prodigy board to Ronak Sadhwani. Now, looking at the lineup here for the Triveni Continental Kings, you've got the chess queen Alexandra Kostanuik and Zhu Jenner. They'll be facing off a very in-form Polina Shivalova, as well as Tavrula Solokido. How do you assess these two boards? Irina, I'll start with you.
Well, I think Alexandra has turned her tournament around with the victory against Inyat yesterday. So I think she's back in form. Her experience in rapid chess, I will give her the edge for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Yeah, I agree with Irina. I think Alexandra is the heavy favorite in that clash, not just in terms of strength, but also if you look at the form.
I just feel, Sagar, you've been convinced by the scientific, statistical approach that Irina has had throughout the day. I will say whatever she says, going with the same team.
I want to see what happens on the next few boards, then we'll see.
I think I have to start with Sagar next one.
Yeah, I think I got some scientific evidence coming up for that first board matchup, too.
Well, let's take you straight there then. It's the fight in the Superstar Men board. And just look at this lineup.
But Tanya, what about the other board? I was ready to... Zhu Jenner versus Shivalova. What a board.
Well, let's bring that up first then. Where are you guys on that? And then we'll speak about this one.
Yeah, so for the Shivalova board, it's a very tricky one because Zhu Jenner is the stronger player on paper. But Polina Shivalova has won all 3 of her games. But still, I'll go for Zhu Jenner here.
Ooh, so that's another TCK flag going up right now. Irina, where's your head at on this?
Yeah, this is a very tricky matchup because actually both players are in good form. Like Shivalova has won all her games, but Zhu Jenner is also doing really well. It's hard to put her as the underdog. So can I go for like the 2 flags for this matchup?
Love that. So a tough call there. That just goes on to show how you expecting this one to be a neck-to-neck fight, a close battle between them. And we move on to the next 2 boards now. And this is a fascinating clash right there. We'll start with Javakir Sindarov taking on Vidit Gujarati. Javakir, the youngest ever World Cup winner, fresh from that victory, also had a great performance at the recently concluded freestyle South Africa Grand Slam. He's playing against Vidit, for whom this year has been a bit shaky. There's been so much going on in his personal life. He got married, so sort of still finding his rhythm with professional chess at the absolute elite level. What do we make of this clash, and how do you assess Vidit's chances? Because to me, on paper, given the form, I would say Sindarov's been looking very good over the last few months.
I think if you go back like a few months, Vidit, I think scored really well against Sindarov. Like he would do quite well against him. But now at this point, the way Javokir is playing, the way he beat Pragnananda here, I think for me it's Ganges Grandmasters here.
Yes, I'm going to go also with the Ganges Grandmasters, especially given Vidit's game yesterday with the white pieces where he got kind of crushed by Richard Rapport. So coming off of a loss is always tough, and Sindarov has been in great form recently.
Will Javokir Sindarov continue enjoying his run in India? He won the World Cup in Goa just last month, Mumbai proving to be equally fantastic for him. Or will the local boy Vidit Gujarati put a stop to that hot streak? We move on to board number 2, and this is between the runners-up of the World Cup, Wei Yi, who's really, it's been a resurgence of Wei Yi over the last year that we've been seeing. He finds himself at the World Top 10. You know, he's like that silent assassin in any tournament that he plays. He's up against the one player who's had the biggest improvement in his chess career. It's been a breakout year for Vincent Keimer. He's gained about 50 rating points, climbed to world number 4. To me, this is a clash of two absolutely fantastic players who've been showing incredible form.
Draw.
Draw?
Draw, do you agree?
I'm going to go with Wei Yi on this one, just because it's rapid chess. And I feel like maybe rapid chess is still like not Vincent's strongest part of the game. So, and Wei Yi is very convincing in that. They don't have a lot of games between each other. I was only able to find games from like 2024 onwards. Vincent won their matchup in the Pragg Masters this year, but this is rapid chess, and that was classical.
Lots of spicy action coming up. And before we break down the final icon match, we've got a very special guest with us who makes it all possible for the Triveni Continental Kings.
Mr. Dhruv Soni, the owner of Triveni Continental Kings and the former president of AICF, joins us here. Firstly, welcome. How does it feel to be a part of this Grand Chess League, the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League? You've been here for 2 years. This is your third. How does it feel?
You know, it reminds me when we first started in AICF, when we had 2 grandmasters, and I have the same spirit I feel here with the youngsters. The crowd taking autographs, the feeling, especially the ones under 10, 12, 14. This is a great thing for us. And I really feel, I was telling Ronnie just now, who won very well, that this is next to cricket, you know. I mean, we have the best global players of the world. We have the youngsters. We have a tremendous amount of people online. And for chess and for us in Triveni, we are so happy that we are able to contribute towards the progress of the game. So I look forward to Anand's Tech Mahindra Global Chess League taking on much more things. And the team spirit we found in Triveni Continental Kings is unbelievable. These are all fantastic players on their own, and they're able to bond with each other and play with each other and help each other. And we have a fantastic captain. So, you know, we couldn't ask for more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for being here with us and in association with us for 3 years. We look forth with you for a long, long partnership going ahead. Thank you so much.
And you have some fabulous commentators too, you know. They're going to thrill us even more. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll be back with an exciting game. For now, back to the studio.
Thank you, Mr. Soni. He is truly a great lover and a supporter of our game. Sagar, Triveni Continental Kings, over the last 2 seasons have emerged champions under his leadership. And we've seen him, you know, in the dugouts, in the guest areas. He's constantly glued to the screen when the players are playing, and he will do just that as his icon, Alireza Firouzja, takes on the 5-time world champion Irina. That's a clash that you've been waiting for. This one is truly a generational clash here. Vishwanathan Anand won his first world championship back in 2000 when Alireza Firouzja was not even born.
Yeah, that's a huge clash here. And Vishy Anand beating Gukesh is in top shape right now, feeling good. I don't know the statistics of their previous encounters, but I am like a true Vishy fan going for Vishy Anand here.
A 22-year-old Ali Reza Firouzja against the 56-year-old Vishy Anand, both showing incredible form in this tournament. 3 out of 3, a perfect score for Ali Reza, who led the team back in London in Season 2 to victory to win the championship. He's showing up this time as well, and there we see Van Valley with the flags. He is a happy captain. How do you assess the icon matchup, Irina?
Yeah, if you just look at the stats, it's very hard to go against Ali Reza on this one. I mean, he's won all his matches so far in the league, even defeating the number 2 rapid player in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, yesterday. Vishy came back with a win in his 3rd game against Gukesh. Last year in the 2024 Global Chess League, Vishy lost 2-0 to Firouzja. And I am sure that he remembers that. It's something always that stays with you when you lose 2-0 in a match to someone. I think, you know what? He lost 2 games here to start with, and then he won the 3rd. He lost 2 games to him in the 2024 GCL. It's time to end that in their 3rd game here tonight. So I am actually going for Vishy. That was always my plan. And I saw him in the elevator today when I was exiting my room. So that's
Did you talk to him?
I did, yeah.
Well, that's going to be an iconic clash on the icon board. What an epic showdown we have on all 6 boards coming on as the Ganges Grandmasters take on the Triveni Continental Kings. And the pieces will be flying shortly. But what happens on the chessboard when the Kings play against Grandmasters? We'll find out.
Action. They fell in the last battle, but as they say, the kings don't forget their crown. Please give it up for Triveni Continental Kings.
Spotlights burning through the night. Legends stepping into the light.
Let's welcome the players. Ali Reza Firoja, World Cup runner-up Wei Yi, Vidit Gujarati, Zhu Jinner, former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kosteniuk, Makandria Moridze, and the coach, Luke Van Bailey. Deep, deliberate, and unstoppable, just like the river that they named after. Please give it up for Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters. And now the players, starting with five-time World Chess Champion Vishwanathan Anand, Vincent Kaima, Javokesh Sindarov, Polina Shuvalova, Savrula Solakidu, Ronak Sadvani, and their coach Vishnu Prasanna. All the best to both the teams. You may please take your board. And now for the first move, may I please call upon Dr. Puneet Kaur Kohli along with Bharat Singh Chauhan, the tournament director.
And we see the ceremonial moves that are being made on the icon board. And Ali Reza Firoja says, that's not going to be my first move, the knight coming out too early. Irina, what are we expecting from Firoja? How's he going to bring the fire to his board? Will it be the king's pawn opening?
I think it will be the king's pawn opening. That is generally the move that he does better with. He can open with the queen's pawn, go into some sort of sidelines, but I feel like he will want to test Vishy in the main lines, given that Vishy is not as active these days. And we also got Zhu Jinner on the top women's board, starting with the move D4, something that she's been employing this tournament so far, not her normal repertoire, because normally she starts with the king's pawn.
And there we see the superstar women board starts in action first, which will then move on to the superstar men board. Finally, we'll have the prodigy and then move on to the icons shaking hands and getting their first moves in. And this is the board between Polina Shuvalova and Zhu Jinner playing with the white pieces. And it looks like it's been a London system.
It's a London system, one of the favorite openings of Magnus Carlsen, actually, and he has been the player to popularize it the most in the last few years and show that it is a good weapon, especially in rapid and blitz chess. And so Zhu Jinner continues this strategy of avoiding her usual opening move and going for quieter systems, looking for play in the middle game.
And Polina immediately striking up on that edge of the board, hitting the bishop already. A decision to be made here for Zhu Jinner. Does she give up the bishop pair early on in the game?
Yeah, I definitely would feel like the bishop should move away, that it cannot just stand there. And this move, knight h5, I'm not super aware of it. It's not the most popular move in the position for black for sure. So this is something that Shuvalova has prepared for this game. And you can see that Zhu Jinner is spending some time here.
And as she does that, we'll also go over to our other board where the action started. Let's head over to Chess Queen there. Alexandra Kosteniuk playing with the white pieces against Savrula Solakidu here. And this is what we have in front of us, a very different middle game where we already see a lot of open lines, a lot of trades right now. And the side pawn is currently on pre, can be picked up.
Yeah, Alexandra Kosteniuk has employed one of her pet lines, the C3 Sicilian.
As also, look at that, Irina. There's a start on the men's superstar board with it going head-to-head against Sindarov.
And it's a King's Indian. That's what it looks like it's going to be. Sindarov is employing one of the spiciest openings in chess, the King's Indian defense. So that game is sure to be unbalanced. And that is, might develop in a similar way to Vidit's game against Rapport.
And a very different one on the Weiyi board right now. As we first go over to the Vidit Javokir Sindarov, you mentioned the King's Indian defense. Usually when a player employs that, Sindarov playing with the black pieces there, is that a statement that I am looking for a full bloodied fight in this one?
It's always a statement, with the one exception that there are certain players that really just have the King's Indian as their main weapon in their repertoire. So when they play it, it's less of a statement. When someone has a few different openings and the King's Indian is not their main one and they still choose to play it, then it's always a statement.
Is it a statement or not by Sindarov?
That is a statement. I think it is a statement by Sindarov, yeah.
I think he wants to go for it. We were talking
Yeah.
about these two players and the form that they've had in 2025. If Javokir can, also given the time format of this event, he wants to get it into those complicated battles as quickly as he can. I think this is one of the boards where the Triveni Continental Kings are going to try to strike.
Absolutely. I mean, he saw how Vidit's game in a similar structure developed against Rapport yesterday, and he's employing the same strategy as Rapport to create a complicated game. So we also have a start on the Prodigy board. It is an E4, E5 opening, the most classic opening in chess.
As it is on our icon board as well that we see here. But interestingly enough, Alireza Firouzja bringing on not only a second move surprise, but a third move one as well. He first takes out the knight on the left flank instead of the usual one from G to coming on to F3, and then a really strange A3. But I like how quickly Vishwanathan Anand just sticks to principles here and continues with development.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trend in chess these days, these little side pawn moves that are look really innocuous, but are being employed by players to leave opening theory early. Sometimes it works out pretty well for the side doing that, but obviously it's not a very scary approach.
This is starting to look very scary already. With the speed with which Alireza is playing, it feels like he's bought a surprise on, but Vishy looks very unconcerned as he's blitzing the moves out. A central trade has happened, allowing Alireza's knight to that spot where it's just jumped onto. I think Vishy has to be extremely careful on the clock in this one. He just can't let the margin on the clock go very down, and it can't have a huge time deficit.
I agree, because Alireza, when it gets down to seconds, he gets so dangerous. He can make so many moves in just a few seconds. So we don't want to turn into like a 2-second increment battle between Firouzja and Vishy on that board. Meanwhile, in the game between Zhu Jinner and Polina Shuvalova, we're starting to get some kind of clarity in the pawn structure. So maybe we can go there.
Let's do it, and let's just backtrack. I'm going to take this one from the top here, Irina. It was a queen's pawn opening with the knight coming out, and this is where the London system starts, an early bishop development to the dark square, and then we see the other bishop being developed. And when the trade was offered, here Zhu Jinner does take a pawn at the other flank, doubling up her own pawns, usually a weakness on c5. And look at that pawn formations. You've got, well, excuse my coloring skills there, but you've got two double pawns in the board here, and black for Shuvalova. She just wants to continue with development. Very fascinating. Puts the bishop on a square where it hit the pawn, defended, castles. White continues developing the pieces as well. And so far, this is where we're at the live board. Zhu Jinner won the c5 pawn, hasn't given it back. So Polina Shuvalova is playing for activity here.
For sure. Her approach is very dynamic. I mean, she has not recaptured that pawn, although she had an opportunity earlier to try to attack it. She is actually offering a trade, but the trade would bring out her queen to an active position, hitting the b2 pawn. And then she also wants to open the diagonal for her light squared bishop to develop to a6 and not let the white king castle. So there is, it's a very active approach, and definitely I feel like Zhu Jinner is under some pressure here.
I love that call out by you. So you're forcing your opponent to first take a breather to save this pawn, and then you're about to take that bishop out, making sure that Zhu Jinner isn't able to complete development in a harmonious way. As long as Zhu's king stays in the center, isn't able to go to that right flank, you feel that you have some compensation. If you're black here, If you're in Polina's corner, are you telling her to trade queens or keep them on the board?
Yeah, definitely don't trade the queens because you're down a pawn. You don't want to go straight for the end game. So any queen move that will protect the d5 pawn, I think looks fine, whether it's queen c5 or queen a5. But she will want to stay in the middle game, and I'm pretty confident, she'll choose one of those moves.
All right, so this one's turning out to be a spicy fight. Let's head over to the Vidit Sindarov board. It's a King's Indian defense. Very interestingly, that could be the board that might blow up, be the first to blow up in, and I want to say that, but still a pretty closed position that we have right now. There has been a trade on the left side of the board there, but very often, this is about how quickly black is able to get a pawn storm on the king's side. You want to try to go f5, f4, g5, g4, and really come for the white king. As we see there, it's not just chess inside the Royal Opera House, but on the grounds as well. You've got Grandmaster Daniel Dubois, one of the best players on the planet. What a run he had at the FIDE World Cup in Goa just last month, knocking out even Pragg. And what a moment this is for the young fans of the game as they gathered around him with the opportunity to play a game.
Yeah, I was talking to Daniil before he started the simul, and because it's already his second simul here in Mumbai, and he said the Indian players are actually really strong, and he estimated the average level to be 2100, which is very high for a simul, so definitely it's quite challenging.
It's a challenge for him, but his opponent was like, first, let me take a selfie. Then we get to the board, and there we see he's walking around, having fun. But like you said, it's not going to be easy for Daniel, that simul. A lot of talented kids out there. This position doesn't seem like it's going to get any easier for either of these two sides. The last move by Alireza Firouzja was pushing the pawn, allowing white to potentially en passant, but that would just allow black's knight right back into the game towards the center of the board. So Vidit instead choosing to keep the center blocked.
Exactly. So Sindarov, he goes c5 because otherwise white was threatening knight b3 and c5. So he's trying to blockade white's play on the queen side. This move, rook a3, is very typical by Vidit because he's got that idea of using the third rank when black eventually plays f5. But right now, it's still a very typical King's Indian position. I think both players can be satisfied here.
Is there something to be said about the clock usage by Vidit here? He's under 15 minutes, a small advantage already for Sindarov.
For sure. I mean, those 3-4 minutes can be very significant, and not much has happened yet. So Java here had just got a free time edge to start this game with.
All right, well, we'll head over to the next superstar men board, and that's Wei against Vincent Keimer in this one. And take a look at that. Vincent's king is still at the center of the board here. Meanwhile, the rook opened up on the H line. White already has a beautiful pawn formation for Wei, a connect 4 in the position. Big space advantage usually, Arena.
Tanya, well, first of all, can we guess this opening without actually looking at the moves? Because it's not that obvious to me what opening this was. Normally, experienced players can look at a position and be like, it came out of a certain opening. But this one, I mean, could it be like some kind of a queen, like a weird queen's gambit? Was it like, it's not a French defense because the black bishop is not on c8. There's no light squared bishop. So I'm still puzzled, like, what was this opening?
Well, let's get reinforcements there because we saw Daniel Dubov, he was down there in the arena having fun on the simul. Let's see if he can guess which opening this one's from.
Okay.
Daniel Dubois joining us. We've put a pause on his game here, but he's joined us. Firstly, how does it feel to be in Mumbai for all these days?
It actually feels good. I have to say, yeah, despite India being a little bit exotic for someone who lives this far, it's actually becoming a pretty standard trip. So we played in Goa, and now I got to Mumbai. I have to say I like Mumbai better, to be honest. So yeah, that sounds good.
So as an ambassador of the Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, what does your day look like?
Well, it looks like sort of keeping all the positive sides from playing a very strong tournament without a necessity to actually play the games, which is also good. So yeah, highly recommended.
It also looks like a couple of hours in the gym.
No, but it used to be a story.
All right, so have you had time to go around in Mumbai, see a few places, eat some exotic dishes that are made only in Mumbai?
Yeah, a little bit. But actually, even in that sense, I mean, no offense to Goa. I think everything is good with Goa. It's just like FIDE's problem. But yeah, like in FIDE, that could be, I mean, in Goa, it could be like a really, like a real gamble to go somewhere. And here, it feels completely normal. Like both Indian and European food are both nice. And you, like even, I mean, it's not that you only survive, it's even tasty, yeah? I mean, after after playing the World Cup, my standards went somewhat low. But now it's back. No, I'm enjoying everything here, I have to say, and yeah, very happy not to play. Don't mind playing either. It's all good.
Have you tried the vada pav yet?
Probably not.
All right, let me take you then. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be trying the vada pav. You get back to the game.
Thanks, guys, for that. And Arohi, what a moment to get back to the game, because it's a big one here. We see Vishy Anand, he's got a critical moment right now that's been played. And before we deep dive into this, let's do a quick action replay. As expected, we did see Alireza Firouzja start with the king's pawn opening, and a very strange decision here, bringing out the knight to c3 instead of the standard knight f3. And once the pawn was pushed, Vishy's bishop came out, finally developing that knight. Alireza did strikes in the center. There was a trade that we saw. Castles, and white as well brings the knight back, hitting that bishop. Vishy says, no way am I giving you the bishop pair. Alireza brings his bishop out. King, notice, still in the center. And this is our live board. You've got Vishy's rook lined up on the file. The knight eyeing this e4 pawn. That's two attackers. I see only one defender. Yes, there's a pin along the diagonal with the queen. But Vishy has a move that could unpin that knight and just snap up that central pawn.
And he goes for it. He goes g5, bishop g3. Oof. Eliminating the pin and taking the pawn. That's the principled approach, and he fearlessly goes for it, even though it opens up his king a little bit.
Vishy says, game on, Alireza. He takes the bait there. He's picked up a pawn, and Alireza is making a case for a slight lead in development, ahead in development, but most importantly, as you mentioned, that to get that pawn, to win the pawn, Vishy even has made his king slightly weak. Is that somewhere where Alireza can start targeting, and how dangerous really is this compensation, looking at white's bishop ready to line up as well, and potentially the queen jumping to h5?
Yeah, I mean, the other attacking idea that white has is moving his king into the corner out of the pin and going f4 to open the f file, right? So there's not that many attacking ideas for white. The knight on b3 is kind of out of the attack right now. But king h1, definitely possible. Bishop d3 is also interesting, right? But probably the queen coming in is not sufficient without the f-pawn moving up, because we can always defend the h6 pawn with queen f6 or king g7. So he probably needs that king h1 move.
And I see our evaluation bar. It does like Vishy's position. But again, engines, they're greedy. They pick up the pawn and they defend like machines, because they are machines. They don't have emotions. They're able to play it out to perfection. But from a human perspective, this looks like very sufficient compensation for white. Black does need to be precise. For Vishy, for the Ganges Grandmasters, you want to be really careful. Alireza on the attack can be an absolute beast.
Yeah, absolutely. White does have compensation. White is going to get an initiative. On the other hand, Vishy has done something quite standard that he can be pretty confident made sense, that was logical for that position, that white can't just not have that e4 pawn defended and get away with it for free. So I think that is going to make him a little bit calmer.
And we often speak about Alireza's speed, right? Let's talk about Vishwanathan Anand. He was the lightning kid, the tiger of Madras here. Also known so much for how quickly and how fast he would play. How do you see that battle?
Well, I see that Vishy's managing his clock quite well in this game. He's up by about a minute and a half. And he is keeping up with Alireza. Sometimes Alireza actually uses up a lot of time. He's really good when he gets low on time, but he's not always ahead of his opponents on the clock throughout the game.
On this board, are you waving the Ganges Grandmasters flag right now at the opening battle?
Well, I was waving it before the game, and I'm still waving it. Yes. I mean, I think it's working out pretty well in the sense, like, sure, it can be risky for Vishy, but it can also be an opportunity for him to win.
All right, so for Vishy, let's say it's for the Ganges Grandmasters, there's a slight opening victory there. He's taken the pawn, he's up a pawn, but can he defend that king side with the pawns all up the board? Let's go to our second board. We go to Wei taking on Vincent Keimer here. Vincent Keimer, the world number 4. What a year he's had, what a run he's had. Gained over 50 rating points. Is in phenomenal form, but I have to say, it looks like Wei has found a way to break through. Look at those pawns coming over for Vincent Keimer's king on the right flank.
Yeah, White has a massive space advantage, and I would say that Vincent's strategy in this tournament appears to be to play quite risky as black. I mean, he played a very suspicious opening against Anish Giri, was quite lucky to survive that game. And here his position again is a little bit dubious. He's given up the bishop pair and the space advantage. So I got to give the edge to White, even though White is still, it's not that easy for them to break through with the move f5.
And I'll also point out that knight on h6 is, you know, knight on the rim, very dim, and that's exactly what Wei is saying after pushing that pawn. That knight, where's the future for this piece? Hard to see one. Vincent Keimer potentially in trouble in this opening outcome.
Potentially. And, you know, we did, I think with Sagar, I don't know if we agreed with Sagar, but I think I gave Wei the advantage on this board, and so far I'm pretty happy with that choice. Let's see what else we have. Well, yeah, this game is something that we're not going to come back to very much. Andrea Morizzi decided to play very solidly, and there's not much going on in this knight endgame. In fact, it just finished in a draw.
And there we see the final moments there as the prodigy board has already ended right there. A very balanced game. Everything was traded off, and this was the final position on the board. Absolute symmetry there. It's a 7 versus 7 pawn structure, knights on the board, nothing to fight for. So the first game in the books, it's still level between the Ganges Grandmasters and the Triveni Continental Kings.
Well, should be a lot of action on the board between Vidit and Sindarov. That King's Indian, it was clear once that position appeared out of the opening that this game is not going to end in a peaceful draw. And right now, White's bishops are on those long diagonals. You can't really complain about their positioning. Does feel like the rook on a3 is also in a great position. So far, I like Vidit's position, and this could be a chance for him to upset our predictions.
I'm loving Vidit's position here. You know, you pointed out the rooks and the bishop. I'll also say this beautiful knight eyeing this weakness, making sure that at least one of the black's majors are tied down to defend the pawn. And let's not forget, the other knight ready to jump into the party, pounce into play from either the right side or the left side, targeting the f-pawn, suddenly combining itself with the light squared bishop. Meanwhile, in a King's Indian defense, black yet hasn't been able to really get that attack going against the white king. Is Sindarov too slow to build counterplay on the G line, because it feels like that is a potential plan?
Well, White's pieces are perfectly poised to meet that kind of attack. Just everything is harmonious. Even that rook on the side of the board can join the defense or the attack, actually, whatever is needed pretty quickly. And this is the drawback of playing a risky opening like the King's Indian. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and it really stems from the nature of this opening. But we also have the board between Zhu Jinner and Polina Shuvalova. There was a queen trade there, Tanya, that we were thinking wasn't going to happen. White is still up a pawn with bishops of opposite color. And I guess the reason the engine is giving this as equal is that it's pretty hard for White to make progress with that extra pawn. You just can't advance it.
And it's the opposite color complex, right, which have such big drawing tendency as well when the two bishops are on different colors. You control one color complex, your opponent the other. And notice how White has actually blunted Polina Shuvalova's bishop with a pawn formation that you've taken, but very hard to improve on that. You can't push the B pawn, try to create that pass or make use of the extra pawn, because that would leave a huge weakness. And that's exactly what Polina Shuvalova with her last move has stopped. No more B4, and I'm expecting her to triple down on that C line. Just saying, you might be up a pawn, but that pawn is useless.
Well, let's go back to our icon board, Tanya, because Ali Reza and Vishy, I think this game is going to bring us some excitement. So Ali Reza has sacrificed a pawn, and wow, somehow the Vishy's bishop has gone from the queen side to the king side in just a very short time, where I like it more because it protects the king. That's good news for Vishy. Still has that extra pawn. He needs to protect it now. It's under attack. So we might be seeing either the move bishop e6, or he might prefer to actually push that pawn, which is very reasonable as well.
Wow, opening up the center. But I'm just going to backtrack for a moment here, the moment that Vishy won the pawn. And this is where we checked in last. We saw Alireza castle and say he's going to come for Vishy's king. You come for the king, you best not miss it. Vishy says, I'll just continue with development. Alireza reroutes his knight to better pastures, greener squares there. He jumps with the knight forward. And look at that. This is the maneuver that you were talking about. The bishop from one flank drops down to the other to be the guardian of his king there after being pushed back. That's a beautiful defensive piece right there for Vishy. Alireza, he's setting up your idea, Irina, the one that you mentioned, of opening up with the f-pawn so that eventually you can target the f7 weakness once the rook comes into the game. Anand step forward with the pawn, forcing Alireza's knight to retreat. And this is where we are at. So Alireza setting up a knight takes pawn idea combined with the queen and the knight with a single defender, which is why you wanted to make the decision of advancing it, trade off as many pieces and pawns as possible.
Yeah, and I think maybe one of the reasons that bishop e6 is a good move is that after the move queen f3, there could be just a simple queen d7, stopping the knight from coming to f5. So
let's have that on the board. So you defend the pawn. Alireza could potentially continue with putting more pressure, you know, eyeing the d1 square for his own pawn to move forward, and then queen to d7. And this would be a good position for black, very, very healthy. Instead, we do have a decision.
And he has played pawn to d4, the other very natural move. And the only issue with that move is that the move queen f3 is available as a intermediate counterattack on the f7 pawn.
I love that, because the knight was threatened, but Alireza, he believes that counter offense is the best defense. If you take that knight, you're about to lose the game, because queen takes pawn. It doesn't even matter where you step. You lose the rook on a double attack with that check. So that knight cannot be picked up. But this could be the moment that Vishy decides to continue with development. He brings the bishop out, defends it, and look at that. Alireza is on the attack.
Yeah, I feel like this was a little bit inaccurate for Vishy, because now he was forced to give up his bishop for the active knight. And white for sure is going to have compensation on these light squares. So probably that move bishop e6 was a bit more precise than pushing the pawn. But Vishy's position is still very solid. He's offering a queen trade. There's no risk to him in the endgame, really. Maybe it's just a question like it's going to be hard for him to win. But I still feel like his position is very solid.
And potentially for Vishy, it's also a bit of a match team strategy to try to just neutralize Alireza's pressure, you know. Yes, the bar set, picking up the pawn, you have an advantage. White doesn't have sufficient compensation, but from a human evaluation, it doesn't feel like that. Alireza is coming for your attack. So probably for Vishy to pull the brakes, to say, I'm giving back, you know, a bit of that compensation. You can have the bishop pair, but I'm going to try to get pieces off the board.
Yeah, well, this game is interesting, but the next two superstar boards are also full of action. So there's Wei Yi versus Keimer, with Keimer's king in the middle of the board, kind of an unusual position on d7, and Wei Yi is really going after him with this pawn expansion on the king side with g4. You know, we have seen from a while back that Wei Yi had the better position and still feels like he has the initiative.
But I have to say, Vincent Keimer's king has never looked safe. Yes, it's at the center of the board, but impossible to imagine any check landing on it.
That's right, because the center is closed. There's so many pawns in the middle that no one can really get to that king quickly. This is what we call a locked position in chess. The only problem is, like, you know, like the knight on the side of the board for black is really not so much in play, right? So these positions are about, like, where is the breakthrough for white? I guess the breakthrough is on the g file.
So you just keep the tension, and only at the right time you'll end up trading those pawns to open it up. In fact, Wei Yi could do Wei Yi things, you know. We've seen him employ the slow approach only to go for the kill later, where he could put the king at the f2 square, get the bishop out, double up on the g line, and only then look at exploding on it with a pawn takes pawn.
Let's also take a look at Vidit versus Sindara, because there's been a lot of changes here. Black's pawn has gotten quite far into white's position onto f4. Also, white doesn't have a dark squared bishop anymore. At first glance, it looks like black has made progress. compared to where we last saw it. Remember when those two beautiful bishops were on the long diagonals, Tanya?
Yeah, for the Triveni Continental Kings, this is definitely progress on this board. You know, I don't see the attack right now that's coming through. And looking good for Vidit. I want to do a quick overview here. You know, Triveni Continental Kings winning the toss, choosing to play with white. On our Alireza Vishy board, we saw Vishy was up a pawn, but Alireza playing for the compensation. How do we evaluate that one?
Alireza playing for compensation. Well, I evaluate that as Alireza probably having some sort of edge at this moment because it feels like the initiative has gone in his favor in the last couple of moves.
It really has, because he's won a pawn on the left flank, attacking Vishy's other pawns, also a huge threat of lining up the rook against the black queen and winning the knight on c6. A lot of threats on queen side. Is Alireza taking over?
It feels like that. It's not a good thing that the board is open so much when white has the bishop pair. Also, black has that weaker king. I mean, black's pieces don't really have that stability anymore. So yes, I am feeling a bit nervous for Vishy's position here, and if he can make a draw, that would be very good from what he currently has.
All right, so on the icon board, Alireza looking good. Too many threats right now. Vishy has to be incredibly careful. He's also a little bit down on the clock, touching the 7-minute mark. Let's move on to our board to Wei here. Fair to say he's putting the pressure. He does start with that G-file idea. Irina, we were mentioning he's first to line up the rook, and I think it's advantage kings here as well.
Yes, definitely Wei Yi is in the driver's seat in this game due to his space advantage and the black knights not being active yet.
So that's two boards where we're saying the Triveni Continental Kings have the upper hand. Let's see where it is that the Ganges Grandmasters can strike. Is it going to be on the Javakir Sindarov board?
Well, I think this board is completely unclear despite the fact that right now white's got everything under control, but I also feel like you know, when you play the King's Indian, this is kind of position you're looking for as black. So would it surprise me if Sindarov won this position? It would not. And therefore, I would say this position is balanced. But white's move d6 is very interesting because it's blocking the rook from swinging over to g6. However, I expect that pawn to get blocked, perhaps with the light squared bishop going to d7.
Yeah, that's a beautiful move. Suddenly, it just divides the board into half. This last move that white has played, and that's the top right board that we have there. So it's a game for all three results. Extremely unclear there. And let's move on to our bottom left board there. Zhu Jinner playing with the white pieces against Polina Shuvalova. How do we assess this endgame?
Not much has changed in this game. White's still up a pawn. No big pawn structure changes. She hasn't been able to get the pawn moving. So she's like a tiny bit better, obviously, but still on track to make a draw, especially given Polina's time advantage. She's pressing on the clock by a lot.
All right, so an advantage for the Ganges Grandmasters on this board for Polina Shuvalova here with the black pieces. And let's move on to our other women's superstar board here.
Okay, well, Alexandra Kosteniuk, look at the time situation. All you got to do is actually examine the clock here. 8 minutes, 25 seconds to 2 minutes, and the bishop pair and the c-file. Yes, I think white is clearly better here, and we did predict with Sagar that this would be a tough board for Solekidu, as Kosteniuk has been playing herself into form, and that's what it appears to be, that white is much better. Black can barely move that clump of pieces that she has with the bishop and the knight because the pawn on e6 would be hanging if the knight moved.
Wow, so we've given for our Triveni Continental Kings the top two boards as an advantage, and these are the ones where Ganges is fighting back. I want to take us to the Prodigy board right now with the fight between, well, that one's already ended in a draw, so these are just the 5 remaining boards. Are we saying the Triveni Continental Kings looking good so far in this match?
Yes, Triveni Continental Kings are looking good due to their positions on board 1, 2, and 5. So I don't really see any big problems. They could, get points on the other boards as well, but I don't see any really problematic positions.
Whoa, and look at this. Wei absolutely crushing it against Vincent Keimer. Could this be our first decisive game here, Irina? How has white managed to get a pawn all the way across to g7?
Yeah, well, we knew something was going to happen on the king side, but not that rapidly.
Well, you gave the shout for the g-file. You said it's all the action that's going to happen on this line.
Yeah, that turned out like a good prediction. So the pawn on g7, 1 square away from queening, it's attacking the rook. Well, the rook is going to move, and we would like to support that pawn, so our queen is going to come into g6, and it's pretty hard to actually get that pawn back.
You can attack it once, but where are you attacking it twice from? The queen will do a great job, and not just that, eventually, at the right moment, H-pawn will join up the board, will join up the party to assist its best friend on the other side.
Well, you know, Tanya, white has sacrificed in exchange to get to this position, so it hasn't been all free. As you can see, white is missing a rook, and they have a minor piece for that, so there was some material sacrifice, but it's a little bit, it reminds me a little bit of Anand's game against Gukesh, where at some point he also made like a piece sacrifice to get those passed pawns, and that's very reminiscent of this position.
2 rooks against a single rook, but a rook is only as strong as the open lines it has. And what exchange, what rook are we even talking about? One of them stuck to defend, to fight against this g-pawn. And look at our players as well. Wei completely locked in. He's got to be feeling the advantage here, the momentum in his position. All he needs to do is find a way to get this h-pawn up the board.
Yeah, and you actually tell by the difference in the body language. Like Wei Yi is upright, like leaning over the board, and Vincent is sort of like laid back and in this sort of you know, crouching position, I think, with his back. So it does look like he's not super confident about his position.
Are you saying it's Crouching Tiger versus the Hidden Dragon Wei Yi here?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly the reference I meant. It just subconsciously came to my mind to describe it like that. That's very good you picked up on that, Tanya.
For the Ganges Grandmasters, huge pressure on this board. Wei Yi, will he find a way in right now? He falls back with the queen. Vincent Keimer falls back with the queen, eyeing that g7 pawn. He just wants to get the bishop out of the way, and he wants to pick this pawn up. So Wei Yi has one move, Irina, to defend it. Is it going to be the knight retreat to try to get the bishop into the game? Because you can't afford to lose your star pawn, the MVP, the most valued pawn in the position.
Yeah, it's still tricky. I mean, the engine bar is giving this as a huge edge for white, but they have to be careful not to lose that g7 pawn. So there you go, knight g2.
He's coming in. He says, whatever happens, I will not let go of this pawn. And Vincent Keimer coming from the other side of the board for the other pawn right now on c3 tender.
Well, most likely there's going to be a trade on b8 right now, because we don't really want to let our queen get pulled back to that side of the board.
And it happens, forcing black to recapture with the king. You can't move your rook away, otherwise white queens gets a new queen on the board. And also huge news coming in from our icon board, Irina. Massive changes, massive trades on this. Black has a queen, Vishy with a queen, Alireza Firouzja with 2 rooks.
But the 2 rooks in chess can be more valuable than a queen. And in this position with these open files and the rooks having invaded to the black side of the board, it's actually looking pretty difficult for Vishy. He's the one getting attacked despite having the queen. He just loses that pawn with a check. Yeah, his king is in big trouble on those light squares. You know the bishop is going to be coming for it pretty soon.
Yeah, who needs the queen when you're going after your opponent's king? But also do the math. The queen is worth 9 points, 2 rooks worth 10 points, and that's ahead on the system as well. And Vishy Anand here, he tries to block the D line. He places his bishop. Don't pick that bishop up. Rook takes bishop. Would end in disaster. A back rank checkmate. A nice little trick to stop the play that white has set up. Otherwise, rook coming in would have been absolute disaster.
Well, where are the Ganges Grandmasters going to get a win? Let's take a look, because it might be on board 3. Javahir Sindarov, he is making it to be an interesting game.
But still not so clear. It's not a clear advantage. Meanwhile, Wei and Alireza Firouzja for the Triveni Continental Kings are crushing through.
Yeah, I agree. And especially if we go further down. And
look at this.
Yeah, we realize that Kostyanyuk is winning. I mean, it does look like this match is going to be very hard for the Ganges Grandmasters to save.
And that is our 5th board, Alexandra Kostyanyuk with the white pieces. Compare each of her pieces to the counterpart here. The 2 rooks incredibly active, eyelining that weakness. The bishop jumping in with a check. A bishop pair advantage as well.
And the clock advantage, like less than 10 seconds for Stavrula. What move are we on? Okay, she has just made it to move 40, so she's on the 2-second increment.
You might get that increment, but are you going to get the position back? Because Alexandra's advantage keeps rising. She's chasing down Solakidu's king up the board now. This is getting incredibly dangerous, but is there a knockout move
Maybe
here?
bishop d6 to try to win the e6 pawn.
And she goes for it. That's a great call there. Also threatening a check from e5. Bishop takes knight would get rid of a key defender, winning the weakened pawn.
Or maybe you should just go bishop e5 and like stay with the two bishops. I don't know, because giving up the bishop for the terrible knights and going into bishops of opposite color, I'm actually not sure that is the best winning strategy in Kostyuk. Okay, she's going for it, but it does make Solakito's defensive task a bit easier.
And look at this, Vincent Kaima's defensive task. I think that's just getting tougher right now. Alexandra Kostyuk looking good for the Triveni Continental Kings in this one. But Vincent Kaima decided to recapture with the rook. And right now, white is threatening any moment to get a second queen on the board. Down an exchange, and black looking to infiltrate with his own king this last move. And I have to do a really quick action replay here. After rook takes rook, and instead of promoting, allowing any counterplay that black had in mind, first you trade the bishop for the knight, stop the idea of the queen infiltrating on either of these two squares. Knight e3, a beautiful defensive move here.
That was so precise by Wei Yi. He really stayed cool with that. Like, look at how that knight is covering all the key infiltration squares that the queen wanted to use, and now he's just focused on getting that pawn to the end of the board and forcing black to sacrifice the rook for it. So yeah, he takes on e6, and all of those pawns are collapsing. This game might even end with some kind of a checkmate to the black king.
With that pawn falling down, there's another one that's about to go, and that would mean the whole house falls because the black king absolutely alone on the left flank. Notice how the other pieces are trying to defend the g-pawn from promoting, but who's going to save the black king now?
Yeah, well, by the way, Stavrula's position is getting better, and she might not lose this game too.
Whoa! And look at that! A huge point here for the Triveni Continental Kings with the white pieces. They get their first win. That's 3-pointer for them. Wei Yi crashing through with a fantastic masterpiece, sacrificing in exchange for the attack and finishing the job.
Yeah, well, he just shows his skills in rapid chess once again, and that's why we considered him the favorite in this match. Okay, meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja is still trying to press home his advantage against Vishy Anand.
All right, he's going to try to squeeze that one out. Vishy holding solid, trying to defend that one. But can Vidit do the same? He's absolutely lost currently with the white pieces. Huge advantage to Javakir Sindarov. The King's Indian defense has worked its magic.
It has. You know, at the moment knight on f1, unable to move, I felt like it didn't really matter what the engine bar was saying. Like, black's practical chances were pretty good in this game. And yeah, this is exactly why people play the King's Indian, to get these kinds of winning opportunities as black.
And one thing is the attack on the right flank, but also notice the powerhouse of this c-pawn, just an extreme deflection for the white pieces. Central pawn's been traded. You could just block that check with your bishop, hit the white queen. For Vidit Gujarati, he picks up another pawn, but it's going to be the c-pawn that will decide the game.
Exactly. Actually, white is up a lot of pawns. Everything depends on black's c-pawn. So it must be like c2, rook c1, and then the question is maybe rook to d8? Rook to f8 also actually is really good. Rook f8, and then there's knight f2 ideas. Okay, that's how black is planning to use those pieces.
And you could even start with the move rook f8, hit the queen on the f line. The queen moves, the knight jumps in with a fork.
Yeah, exactly. So it's looking good for Java here. Look at those active pieces. You know, whenever you get a knight on e4 that can give a fork on f2, it's very dangerous. Okay, I don't think that move rook e8 was played. I think it's just the demo board glitching.
I'm trying to get a close-up. Can we get a close-up of our players? Because rook f8 feels like it had to be the move there, but I think it's on the e8 square.
E8? It is on e8, wow.
It was played.
Very strange that he refrained from attacking the queen on the f-file. Is that even possible?
It was a move that was being screamed to be played on the board.
That is so strange. Okay. Well,
Javakir Sindarov for the Ganges Grandmasters has just let slip his entire advantage with this last move.
Yes, well, the good news is they barely have any time, so we're still guaranteed to see some chaos on this board. Players are under a minute, playing on the 2-second increment.
This is bullet territory. I mean, I say we stick on this board for just a little bit right now as it does heat up. A huge mistake by Sindarov, letting go of that big advantage in a move that was not very hard to find, I would say.
I agree. I mean, he will be kicking himself if this turns out to be important. It's not clear that it will be important because it depends on whether Vishy can save his game or not.
Marina, it could be extremely important because yes, Alireza is on the push, but it's far from clear.
Right.
They've lost one game already, Ganges Grandmasters, and we've got a result on this one. And it is Polina Shivalova and Zhuzhina ending their game in a draw. It was a balanced fight.
Yes.
And that means it comes down to our last 3 remaining board. Ganges Grandmasters have to strike on at least one.
Yeah, and you know, well, Alexandra Kostenyuk, we thought she was winning her game, but it has kind of petered out to something that looks like it's going to be a draw.
All right, so that one in the balance. Let's move over to our icon board right now. Vishy Anand playing on mere seconds. Well, Alireza Firouzja, in fact, playing on mere seconds. But that's barely saying anything. He's used to that.
Yes.
That means nothing at all when it's Alireza.
He's getting two seconds per move. So, yeah, not a great situation for Vishy still.
Ooh, look at that. The bishop pinned. That's a doubling down on the pinned piece right now.
Queen
You've got
C1.
a bishop.
What's his plan? Is
He's
it
gonna give
G3?
checks.
Is he going to give up that bishop to take the bishop on G7?
Or does he just fall back with the bishop?
He has to fall
Blocks?
back. He has to fall back. Okay.
He does it with his rook. He stops the checks. He says no draw here. Alireza
Queen
Firouzja.
C4 probably for black.
He does it.
Okay.
Falls to C5, but the A4 pawn.
Did he just give up the A4 pawn? Why would he do that?
I think he wants to plant. He can't even plant his bishop to the center of the board. The 2 rooks are attacking, defending that square.
Yeah, like once black loses the A pawn, his counterplay kind of dies. So that's not good news.
And there's been a massive turnaround on the Vidit Gujarati board. We have to head directly to that board for the Triveni Continental Kings. Is Vidit about to bag the victory right now?
Wow. Well, he has 4 pawns.
Ooh.
Well, he's only got a few seconds. This is so exciting.
He's playing down to a single second every
He's trying
move
to make
here.
a draw. He's trying to make a draw. He just doesn't want to lose. He feels like it's going to be enough for his team, and it should be enough for his team. As long as he doesn't lose, his team
And look
should
at that,
win.
we've got a result already on the Vishy board. It is Alireza Firouzja who wins the Icon Clash and gets the job done for the Triveni Continental Kings. That's 2 wins in the bag.
Yes, and it looks like the Ganges Grandmasters are going to go home without a win in this match because Alexandra Kostenyuk and Stavrula Tsolakidu also finished that game. Actually, how did that game finish? I thought it was going to finish in a draw. Oh, she won. Okay, so that's even worse news for the Ganges Grandmasters.
They chose the white color, and it's an absolute whitewash by them. For the Triveni Continental Kings, getting all the dubs. It's a score that's not even surmountable, regardless of what happens on this board. But there we have Javakir Sindarov, who had an absolutely winning position, and now Vidit Gujarati defending a rook and bishop versus a rook, which is a technical draw. Will Vidit be up to the task?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. It could keep us here for quite a while. Well, actually, wait, this is a winning position for black, isn't it? Because it's the ideal king and bishop position.
Vidit has messed up the defensive structure.
Yeah, that's right. But it's when you have seconds, your brain just like stops functioning. It's very hard to remember.
And he's been playing the last 15, 20 moves down to 1 second.
Yeah. So Vidit.
And look at that. Javakir is doing this to perfection. This is exactly how you get the win.
He does know how to do it. Yes.
He knows how to get this win, and you have to be precise with your sequence of moves. The side with the rook and bishop, and Vidit their last few moves. And Javakir Sindarov about to give checkmate, and there he does it.
Wow, and he does deliver the 1 win for the Ganges Grandmasters, but it is not going to be enough to change the result of this match. The Triveni Continental Kings, they follow in the footsteps of the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and they go back to their winning ways at the Global Chess League.
And turns out that loss was just a blip for these 2 teams, for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, Triveni Continental Kings. It's been a day of comebacks, of rebounds right there. They've got so much to be proud of. So many wins along the way. Alireza Firouzja getting it done on the icon board. Veyi with a fantastic crushing performance against Vincent Keimer. The 1 win for the Ganges Grandmasters was Javakir Sindarov, but it wasn't enough. At the end, Triveni Continental Kings get the dub.
And Alireza Firouzja continues to score for them. I mean, winning 4 games out of 4 is so powerful. What a statement to make.
Is he going to be the player of season 3 of the Global Chess League?
I mean, is anyone even going to score half a point against him is the question at this moment.
Look at him. He's just chilling there. He's just sitting calm and cool. Literally doesn't care, does he?
Leo Kwan Valley, very happy with his team performance, gets the win. And for Triveni Continental Kings, they're going to find themselves at the top of the leaderboard one more time.
Yeah, you know, by the way, on their prodigy board, which was very uneventful, they had the white pieces. Marc-Andrea Morizzi just kind of played a very quiet game. It felt like he was sort of shutting down the play. Maybe that was a good strategic move. Maybe they thought on this board the best strategies for them just to get a draw against a dangerous Ronak Sadhwani and let the other boards decide. And you know, Ali Reza and Wei Yi are really strong. They're returning players for the Triveni Continental Kings, and we can see why the team has
the last
kept them on
match
for another
of
season.
today. And Continental Kings won 3 match points against Ganges Grandmasters. And game points is 11-6. Congratulated the winners. And please start to shake hand procedure.
And it's a celebration for one team, heartbreak for another. You can see it on the faces there. Ganges Grandmasters, just as they picked up their form, a meter roadblock in Triveni Continental Kings, who truly played like kings, starting from that decision of winning the toss and playing with the white pieces, improving that pick on almost all the boards.
Yeah, the only player smiling from the Ganges Grandmasters team was actually Javahir Sindorov, because he's the only one who won, so he still seemed to be in a pretty good mood.
And it's not going to be easy to pick a player of the match, will it? Just the performance that they had, the wins that came in. To me, it feels like a battle between Ali Reza and Wei Yi. 2 fantastic games there.
Absolutely. And I mean, you can make a case for either one of them getting the MVP award, because Wei Yi actually won before Ali Reza did. And being the first one to deliver a point for your team is actually really important, gives the whole team such a boost. On the other hand, Ali Reza has been having a good position for a while. So I think they kind of contributed equally, and getting the win on the icon board is always a little tougher.
Yeah, and what a power-packed performance this was by the Triveni Continental Kings, winning 11-6 against the Ganges Grandmasters. And we'll be back with all the live action from the Royal Opera House in just a few. You stay tuned with us. Can we do that?
भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, इंडिया's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, Campa वाली fizz. भारत का अपना सोलर, नविता सोलर, India's finest module manufacturer. We bring the power behind every winning move.
Grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, grab it, visit, Gamma!
Grab the fizz, Campa वाली fizz.
7-6 victory for the Triveni Continental Kings, taking down the Ganges Grandmasters right there. What a comeback by the Kings this was, and to reward the player of the match, we've got Arohi.
Do it like the Kings way or don't do it at all. Well, this is why the Triveni Continental Kings are the defending champions. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony of match number 12, played between the Triveni Continental Kings and the Navita Solar Ganges Grandmasters this evening here in Mumbai. To present the award, joining us is Mr. Ankit Bhatia, Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, and the player of the match award goes to Ali Raza Firoja from Triveni Continental Kings. And we're back here again. 4 kills so far. Tell me the names.
Yeah, I'm playing decent, but the team is more important. Yesterday was shocking loss actually, but we managed to come back today.
What is the conversation that you were having with yourself? Because, you know, although you won your game, the team lost. But was your win a motivation to the team to do better today, or what is the conversation like?
No, we had the good wins yesterday. Another win actually, Alexandra won, I think.
Yeah.
So, but it was just unlucky. We lost the match. So if we lose like this, it's fine because it's just like bad luck actually. So today we played good, and tomorrow is important match.
So 4-on-4 so far for you individually. 4 games, you've played 4 games, you've won. Started with Fabiano, Gukesh, Hikaru, Anand. Who's next?
I'm playing Maxime tomorrow, so we'll see. Yeah.
All right, I'll see you probably after that one as well, but congratulations on your win today.
Thank you.
That is it from the post-match presentation ceremony. Much more exciting action coming up your way tomorrow, but before that, let's head back to the studio.
What a beast Ali Reza is on that icon board. 4 out of 4. Looks unstoppable, looks inevitable for the Triveni Continental Kings. A big win against the Ganges Grandmasters, getting the job done on 3 of their boards right now. But we were talking about it, Harshit, that all across, it would have been not easy to pick the player of the match because Wei also made a strong case for himself.
Oh, absolutely. I think they should definitely share the prize of player of the match on this one, because Wei giving those important 3 points before anyone else won, and I think that's very important. To give the first victory to the team, definitely giving a big boost morale for the entire team. But Firoja, I mean, what a player.
Talk to me about him right now.
I mean, he makes it look so easy. He comes to the board, it feels as if he's just playing some online match or something. He's so effortless in the way that he plays his game. And today, the idea of knight c3 and a3 definitely took Vishy out of his game.
Yeah, I think the lesson is don't let Firoja attack your king. Yeah, I think FBL should keep that in mind for tomorrow. And actually, well, for me, the story of the day is that Triveni Continental Kings and the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, they repaired things after their surprise losses yesterday. They're back to the top of the leaderboard. And the best thing is that they have set us up for their matchup tomorrow, as Ali Reza has just let us know.
Yeah, the 2 teams that seem absolutely unstoppable here in Mumbai will be facing each other. We'll talk about that, because first, take a look at the leaderboard that is shaped up after day 4 here at the Royal Opera House. And those are the 2 teams that we're talking about right up there. 9 match points apiece for them. Upgrad Mumbai Masters edging out Triveni Continental Kings of the margin wins that they've had, the game points that they've had. And this is the clash that we've got coming on tomorrow. But I love how it's still a field wide open, simply because of the comeback wins that we've had, Harshit, by the Alpine SG Pipers, by the Fires American Gambit Ganges Grandmasters, also at 6 points.
I mean, Tanya, it feels as if we are so long into the tournament, but we are not even halfway there yet. It's only been 4 games and a lot of rounds still left. It's quite possible that Fires American Gambit, who's in the 5th spot now, after 3 days, is on the top of the leaderboard.
You know, but the question to my mind about the number of rounds left is, are they going to be enough for the PBG Alaskan Knights, who are currently at the bottom of the leaderboard, 0 match points? 1 is the scoreline, 2nd is the mindset. I don't know which one's harder to deal with.
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty depressing to lose 4 matches in a row. Do I expect them to come back in this event? Honestly, no. You know, I think it's just too big of a hole to dig themselves out of when other teams are actually doing really well. And one thing about our top 2 teams is, even though they have lost a match, they lost that match by minimal scores, right? Like the Triveni Continental Kings basically lost their match yesterday because they were white instead of black, right? Like a very minimal 2 points. So it's going to be hard to overtake those teams.
It's not going to be easy, but the PBG Alaskan Knights need to start somewhere. And what has started was for the Triveni Continental Kings with their games. We started with a draw on the Prodigy board in that one right here. We saw it, a very balanced one. And I think, Arena, it was your point that perhaps this was the board they needed to keep under control. And Harshit, would you agree with that? That was perhaps the match strategy from the start, just neutralize Ronak Sadhwani there.
Exactly, for sure. He's definitely someone who can play very well if he's playing with momentum. And Ronak playing really well yesterday, got man of the match. The day before, I think Mark Andrea making a draw was a great strategy by the Triveni Continental Kings.
Yeah, it was a little surprising that that game ended so quickly. But then on the women's boards, we had Zhu Janair, the top 2 rated woman in the world, playing Polina Shuvalova, who was on a perfect score. And I think their drawn match was actually a fair result based on their form in this tournament. They're both in good shape. Alexandra Kostenyuk.
Yeah, I mean, the chess queen performed so well today against Stavrula, who was struggling in this tournament. And Kostenyuk made sure that they put pressure on that board where Stavrula is struggling. Great win by her.
And that really did wrap things up, you know, getting that win on the Kostenyuk board for the Triveni Continental Kings. It was insurmountable by the Ganges Grandmasters with so much action here as well there. Javokir Sindarov, the only winner for Ganges Grandmasters, but not enough.
It did not even matter by the point because of Wei Yi playing a fantastically beautiful game against Vincent Keimer. And already, by the time that Vidit's game was going on, the match was already decided.
Yeah, and I mean, Vidit lost this game. He wasn't, at some point, he wasn't doing that well. Then he was doing well. Then it turned around again. In the end, he lost. But yeah, that game was topsy-turvy. It was actually a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and finally, it was the icon board where Alireza Firouzja is always won his game in style. And you know, this is the amazing thing about Triveni, is that someone loses but someone else picks it up.
It was ferocious Firouzja all the way, and that's been the storyline, the narrative that we've had here in Mumbai so far. 4 out of 4. What a performer, what a draft this has been for the Triveni Continental Kings. He's the guy who led them to championship in Season 2 as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the storylines here is who is going to stop Firouzja, right? So, I mean, it is a team event. Obviously, the results of the teams are more important. But on an individual level, when you have a guy just winning all his games, anyone who sits in front of him is going to be like, can I stop you?
And maybe sometimes you're just thinking, I need to just make sure that I don't lose this game. You have to neutralize Firouzja and then try on the other boards. You asked who will stop them. Well, there's one team looking at that right about tomorrow, because take a look at the action that's coming up on day 5 of the Global Chess League. And right there, we start with the marquee matchup of the day. Harshit, I can see you right now. You're loving what we're seeing. It's going to be Upgrad Mumbai Masters against the Triveni Continental
It's a banger
Kings.
of a match that we have to start with. Upgrad Mumbai is definitely going to try to upset the 2-time champions Triveni Continental Kings. And I think Mumbai, playing in their hometown, the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, is definitely feeling confident about their chances.
They'll have to be all the way up to take down the Kings if they manage to do that for the Upgrad Mumbai Masters, and that potentially could be a huge deciding factor in the final standings. Who will make it to the top 2, to the finals? We follow that up with a big clash of the Alpine SG Pipers, who've had 2 back-to-back wins. They take on the PBG Alaskan Knights. We've been saying this day after day, Irina, that for the Alaskan Knights, is this now the real do or die? Or do you think that ship has sailed already?
Well, what I want to say is the momentum is behind the Alpine SG Pipers in this match for sure. Now that they've won 2 games, 2 matches in a row, they're feeling good. PBG Alaska Knights, I don't know. They're in a really tough spot psychologically. It's just not a good feeling to lose all these matches. But on the other hand, it's a combination of such strong players that at some point they're definitely going to win a few matches in this event.
And then we'll follow that up for dessert. It's going to be the 2 teams who've had a tough day for. Ganges Grandmasters up against Hikaru Nakamura's Fire's American Gambits there. Who do you think will bring on the firepower there?
I think Vishy's team, who currently just had a difficult loss, is definitely going to try to make a comeback. But also the same goes about Fire's American Gambits. There's a very important matchup, the last one. And I have a feeling that the one who wins that match has a very good chance of getting top 4.
What a day we set ourselves up for. A script you could not have been written going into day 5. Alireza Firouzja with 4 out of 4 faces the team that's at the top of the leaderboard. Up Grandmama Masters, will it be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who'll finally put the end to the hot streak that Alireza's been on? It's gonna be a fantastic day of chess. It's already been such a firecracker of a league so far, wide open for anyone. We'll be back with all the action live from the Royal Opera House. Until then, take care, have a good night, and be good to each other.